Most of us, it seems like we see ourselves as educators, an advocate, okay? Students are here, okay? All right. And the parents, seems like our three biggest identities that are present. So all the more reason why we are, this discussion is important, okay? If you also notice on the website, we have a form here. Uh, we are going to we're collecting information here, but we've already have a number of responses from the web. Uh, if you want to share with others or you want to spend some time filling this out as well, what is the purpose of education? What's working in education? Those kinds of things. We'll collect that information here. All of this information we are collecting. Again, a part of the how. We're collecting this information because we don't want just to have a conversation on that day, remember when, but we want to get these perspectives. We'll process them. We've got some grad students. We'll have some students that will also sit and look at the narratives and see what themes emerges and how does this conversation can be informative to the community and help, again, in the ways in which we understand. When we say education, again, we often say education, but to take the time to unpack, what does that actually mean? We say, teachers are important. Well, what does that actually mean? Even exploring how do we then evaluate the quality of an education once we understand what we mean by education. And not to get into some of the potential discussions, but, our test scores on math and reading, the only and the best way to evaluate a quality education, right? But that largely depends upon what is it that we mean by education, right? So we'll continue to look at who's in the room from time to time. There we go. So we'll do that. That is how we're doing what we're doing. Yes, no, we good? All right. We'll keep it moving. So, with that, we have our first panel discussion, facilitated by and thank you for your time and attention. All right, cool. Appreciate you.
Let's give Dr. Goggins some love, please. Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Diaz-Nilsson. My pronouns are he, him, his. And I am the Assistant Dean for Access and Engagement for the College of Education, Health and Human Services at Kent State University. Shout out to any alums and all that. Okay. See, I knew that was there, so I needed some love. I needed that. Appreciate you all being here for this important discussion. And so I'm actually going to have my panelists come up now. So Dr. Cristina Gonzalez Acala, as well as my students, our students, excuse me, let me say our, Kiana, Troy, and Rochelle. Yep, please. And also to situate and give context to my experience, I am a early childhood education bachelor's degree holder from the University of Buffalo. I also have my master's degree in student affairs or higher education, so I went from little kids to big little kids. Welcome, big little kids, all of us. And I am also a doctoral candidate in interprofessional leadership, and my concentration is cultural foundations. And so that hopefully gives you some context for me, and I've been in education for 18 plus years in a variety of different states and locations, and so I'm excited to be a part of this. And really, this is not about me. So I'm going to actually try to sit down and do this with you all. But what I will want you all to do first is introduce who you are and how are you situated in the educational realm, if you will, here in Akron. So Troy, I think you're first, so we'll just go down the line. Check, check. Is it green?
Okay.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Troy Weiss, and I am a Firestone sophomore. I am in the theater pathway at Firestone CLC, and I just always strive to learn.
Thank you, Troy. If you want to pass.
Hello.
There we
Hi.
go.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Athey. I also go to Firestone High School. I am in the theater program. I'm a junior at Firestone High School. That's it.
Is it on? Hi, everyone. My name is Kayana Williams, and I'm a sophomore at Firestone CLC, and I'm in the dance pathway.
Good morning and welcome to you all. I'm excited to be with you in this panel. I am Dr. Cristina Gonzalez Alcala. I am thank you. There you go, JG. There you go. Director of Community Investment at Akron Community Foundation. I also teach part-time at the University of Akron in the School of Communications. And I also am the proud co-founder and maker of Not Yo Daddy's Mexican hot sauce.
And I can say that is some good hot sauce. It's in my house. I know that for sure. So it's good to see you all. And so as Dr. Goggins kind of alluded to, we want to talk today about what is the purpose of education, which we probably could spend all day if we wanted to debating what is the purpose of education. Because depending on how you are situated or how you might have experienced it, it might change how you feel about where and what the purpose of education should be about, right? And so I'm going to put that question to you all. And speaking your truths in what you know and what you believe, how would you define education? Let's start at defining what it is before we get to the purpose.
I would define education as like learning like of anything. So like
Where does it take place?
it could take place anywhere, honestly. It could take place like on the field, or it could take place in a classroom, in a car, in your bedroom, at a dinner table. It could take place anywhere.
Okay, I feel that. Who else wants to add to how would we define education?
Somewhat like Rochelle was saying, I know that education, it doesn't like revolve around someone teaching you something exactly. You can learn education off of just yourself and more like becoming like a new person in the world and learning more things, not as people put it as a teacher walking inside a classroom and teaching you something and saying this is how you do this, but more as a lift in life, and you, I don't know how to say this, more like you persuading yourself or teaching yourself how to learn something and not someone else. Exactly.
Just to piggyback off of a little bit of everybody and what they said, my definition of education is it's a little skewed from everybody else's, because I believe that my education, like Kayana kind of said, has always been led partially by me. Yes, I'm in high school. Yes, I was once in middle school. Yes, I was once in elementary school. But I always strive to be that student that asked the question that would mute the teacher. And we'd be in the classroom like, what did he just say? I was kind of, and it's kind of always been my goal to be that one smart kid. And it's not my facade, it's not my persona at all. If you meet Troy Weiss at Firestone, you're gonna be like, oh, he's the man, I love him. But once you pierce the surface, it's gonna be like, he is so dense and he knows a lot. Like I've, since I was a kid, I grew up in private education. Everything was private before high school. So I was kind of ahead of APS. So when I got into APS, I was like, okay, I know this. This is smooth cruising for me. But education, my education is self-led. My education is endless. My goal is to never stop learning unless I'm in that casket. So I just...
Go ahead, Brother Ray. I see you.
Thank you. And that's my education. My education it's group learning, but it's also more self-learning, you know? So that's what my education is.
Okay, there was a lot there. So let's give him some love for a second before we get Dr. Gonzalez-Sakala a chance.
That was fire. That was fire. I'll put it next to my hot sauce right there.
Yeah.
No, listen. You know, I'm all about some energy, and I am just vibing right now, right? Because everything that they've shared was things that I was stewing on and thinking, right? Learning being the key word there. But at first, I looked it up, right? Because that's what you do as a doctor. You research things, and what came up was that education is the process. I see you, Jerome. I see you. That education is the process of receiving or giving systematic instruction. Now, how heavy is that, and does that at all resonate with what they just said?
Can you repeat that?
Absolutely. The process, so it is a process, right, of receiving, so you're going to receive something through a process, or giving systematic instruction, right? And so we get caught up. Like, at what point did we get boxed into outside of what they just shared, right? They're learning, they're exploring, they're growing, and they don't need somebody to talk at them. They need somebody to cultivate them. They're growing. It is our job to let them grow, right? Tell me that I need to tell them anything else. I'm not here to tell them. I'm here to learn with them, right? And we lose that at some point, the learning part of it in education. And I don't know where it happens, right? And it takes you all the way to having a PhD to come to that realization that, oh, yes, it's about learning, it's about growing, and doing it at your own pace, authentically. When we wrote the Akron Cultural Plan, the equity statement, I actually made a point for us to include there that authentic learning was a piece of it. I can share it with you. The equity statement reads, the strength and future of Akron reside in our ability to be an inclusive community where all people are acknowledged, welcome, and respected. Our arts and culture assets are a tribute to our individuality and shared humanity. Together, we will create a future where we inspire authentic learning, celebrate our uniqueness, and cultivate creativity. And when we sent that out for feedback, everybody was a little bit stunned when we shared authentic learning. They're like, what does that mean? And I think a lot of them might have grown up in a very westernized and maybe Caucasian experience, right, where the authenticity piece does not really resonate sometimes, right? And here we are, and you hear that, right, that you have to do these things authentically as they pertain to your culture, as they pertain to your being, to your upbringing, right, to your fire inside of you. I believe that's really what the purpose of education should be.
Thank you all. And I'm glad you all brought that up. And Troy, you said it well in thinking about there's this balance between, and I think Rochelle also said it's not just, it could be in your car, in your bedroom, right? It could be at the dinner table. It could be on the bus, right? Wherever that might be. And of course, it can be in the classroom. And I think the difference we need to think about when we say, well, what is education? And then thus, what is the purpose? Is, are we talking about education or are we talking about schooling? right? We talk about education or schooling, right? Schooling is obviously at the location in a certain place, in a classroom. But I also wanted to share a quote, and then I'm going to get to the next question. And we talked a little bit about purpose, but I also want to make sure you all can articulate what do you think the purpose of education should be, and particularly here in Akron. But Clint Smith, who's an author, a poet, and one of the books that he's known for is How the Word is Passed, Reckoning with the History of Slavery Across America. But in that book, one of the things he talked about, and here's a quote, it says that we often operate under the false pretense that our classrooms are these somehow sanctuaries that are not affected by the rest of the world. But our students leave our classrooms and they go into the world in which they are deeply affected by the socio-political phenomena that they experience in everyday life, end quote. Right? So we need to think about education versus schooling and know that schooling does happen at the school and in the classrooms, et cetera, but the education piece of who we are and who we become and who we want to become, when we think about dreaming, that happens in the entire world. And I often, in higher education, people are like, well, once you get into the real world, you'll know. I often remind folks that college students are in the real world, they just happen to be college students, right? You all are students in high school, but you're still in the real world. You may not have as many things that we have to mess around and deal with, but you actually probably have more, but I digress. So let's go back to the purpose of public education here in Akron, Ohio. Who would like to tackle this amazing and deep and challenging question, but necessary? What is the purpose of public education in Akron here today and beyond?
Actually, I might be the first person to tell you I don't know because I haven't seen it. Like, I know a lot of FHS students. I'm very tight with the students. I know a lot of kids that come in FHS as freshmen and sophomores, and I talk to their English teachers and their math teachers and their science teachers, and they can't read past the 3rd grade level, or they can't contemplate general algebra 1 or 2 systematic equations. So for me, I can confidently say, because I won't speak I can't really speak on anything I haven't seen. I don't know. Like I said, I grew up private. So when the transfer to APS, it was much slower. Because when I started in APS, I was in honors. Now I'm pre-IB, which is International Baccalaureate. So it goes Gen Ed, honors, AP, IB. So now that I'm in IB, I'm moving my pace. But in Akron, Ohio, education has not always shined through. Like, I feel like being in Akron, a lot of kids are like, it's boring here, I want to leave. Oh my gosh. Like, people think it's only good for bigger children, millennials, like raising a family here because it's chill and low grade. But the kids I've talked to and the kids I've seen, and this is no shame to them, aren't the smartest people in the world. And I'm not the smartest person in the world whatsoever. But when it comes to education in Akron, Ohio, and its purpose, I think its goal, I won't say its purpose, I think its goal is to get more involved citizens in our community that are knowledgeable, that can bring back a lot of spunk or a lot of life that Akron used to have. Like, last year I was on the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council, and I would talk to Dan O'Horgan, and one of his big things that he would always tell us is, like, people are leaving Akron. Like, our numbers are dropping and things like that. So if I were to tie that to education, I think it would be to bring more knowledgeable people into our community, and more knowledgeable citizens that are willing to do the work that it takes to bring Akron back to Akron. When we were the rubber city, when we were prideful and we were colorful and we had Erie Island and things like that.
Okay, a call to action to many of us, all of us, right? And so I appreciate that, Troy. Any other thoughts on what you think the purpose of education should be here in Akron?
I'm gonna kind of go off what Troy said, kind of, because as a student in the Akron Public Schools, I've always grown up at the lowest, I feel like, of the barrel. Like, I have an IEP for slow learning. So I kind of like am one of those kids that can't really do like this Algebra 2 or anything like that, because I feel like once we got like COVID hit, they kind of stopped teaching per se. We came back from COVID and it was kind of just like, they weren't really focused on our teaching. So that is like, I feel like that's my answer. What is education in APS? I don't think I've learned some things. Some things have gone through my ear, but they also came out of my ear. It's like in and out. It's kind of like.
It's okay. We'll get to a place in a little bit later in our conversation, talk about what can we do and where should we go. We'll get there soon, but that's okay. That's okay. You did what you answered it honestly. What should the purpose of public
I feel like the
education?
purpose of education should be the purpose of education should be teaching us. You know, like it should be not just educating us, but it should be giving us. Let me sit with that real
That's
quick.
fine. We can pass the mic.
The purpose, I'd say, would be, like Rochelle said, I feel like what she was trying to say, but not teaching us, but also guiding us. Not just saying, hey, this is how you do something, but this is how you properly do something in the real world, and not something that someone just goes off of and just says, here I'm trying to teach you this, but more of a, here I'm trying to teach you this, and I'm trying to help you with not only just this subject, but how to do it in the real world. So I wouldn't say there is exactly a purpose of education, but exactly the purpose of education is what you put as the purpose of education. Like, I couldn't go up to someone and say, hey, this is the purpose of education, but more like a, what do you think and what do I think? And we could go on, and it would never be an end to anything of a purpose of education, because I really don't think there is a definition. So.
Okay. Dr. Gonzalez?
I'll work on amplifying, perhaps. The facilitating that learning for them, right? Facilitating the exploration of self, the exploration of community, and pouring into. If you're in that position where you have young minds in front of you to share knowledge, I would say it's to pour into them, right? In between our passions, while allowing them the space. I think that's a lot of what is missing sometimes in classrooms. I grew up in private school in Mexico, so I didn't get to experience public education until I did a University of Akron here, I guess University of Louisville too in Kentucky, and I felt there was very rarely a place where there was space for me to open up my wings and fly, right? There was always that talk to, and it really wasn't until the doctoral studies where they allow you then to actually reflect and reply on the knowledge that is shared, again, because it was not given to you, it was shared. It was them allowing you to, again, to go at your own pace and consuming what you wanted to, right? And I say consumed also because, remember, there was a systematic instruction, right? Well, who gets to determine what that system looks like, right? And think about all the untold stories that get buried under power. Whoever is making or has the ability to make those decisions at power gets to tell the stories. And a lot of the times those stories that are authentic, those stories that are real, do not get brought to the forefront. And if they do, they get brought with a lens that is through the power lens still, not through the lens of the lived experience. And that's where I would challenge, and where I would be the call to action too, where we allow that space for learning, that space for dialect, the space for reflection and community, right? Which we also kind of miss that. We bring the students in, we have get to the curriculum, and there you are, right? And instead, in private school, I grew up with, I graduated with students that I started kindergarten with. Right? We were a community. If I ever need something, they're there. And so when I am here after 15 years, I see that there's so many passionate individuals, and I see them through the out-of-school time network, right? They're all pouring into, they're outside of the school system, most of them. And they pour themselves into those students. They're picking up a phone call at 10 p.m. to hear that student out. And where was the adult present in the school, allowing them to be that, to have that space, to be that person that they are? And it's a lot to ask, right? Because again, these systems that are established are what we need to work through. And I would just say work through those systems, right? We still have the power of making things work within the boundaries of the systems, because it's cultivating young minds, really is what it comes down to, right? Is keeping this talent in Akron so that they're our leaders of the future, because that's what we're doing. We're cultivating our leaders.
Thank you for that comment, and I would be remiss if I didn't talk about some research. When we think about a system of education and what its purpose should be, it really, if we had to boil it down to two things, it's twofold, right? It's to preserve traditions and ability to be a citizen and understand what it means to be in community with others, right? And then there's the other piece is to change, right? How do we provide for change, which really for educators, and I saw that the biggest word that popped up there is educator, and I'm actually glad it wasn't teacher, because I always feel like as a person who teaching is a specific role, but as an educator, it allows for us, even if we have the role of teacher, and I'm sure Kurt Russell will be able to expand on this later, is that the educator also educates about life and what it means to be a variable different identities and the intersectionality that we all have, right? As I walk through and around Akron, I live down the street, 2 miles I think it is about from here. I am seen as a certain person, and the way I look, the way I dress, the way I talk, and sometimes that can be misconstrued, but that, if I'm thinking about with young people as I work with students in various different educational spaces, is thinking about how do we become more asset-based, right? And understand that, and as I told the students before, as we were like, it's gonna be okay, let's all take a deep breath, we're gonna be good on stage, and they're like, man, I'm a performer, I got this. That we needed to speak our truths, right? And that's the comment I said to you before, speak and know your truth. But really as educators, how do we develop individuals' abilities, curiosity, and creativity? That's the function of change, right? And it's hard to balance preserving how we're supposed to be and how to be civil with each other and to understand what it means to be have a democratic society, not a party system, a democratic society. Is how do we then, back to the idea about power and who's in power and who gets to decide what education is and the purpose, right? I'm very thankful that a lot of board members are here. Thank you for coming and being a part of these discussions as you get to hear from not myself or Dr. Gonzalez-Acala, but these three young people and the young people who will be here later, because it's important to think about when we look at education. Here comes the question. You all ready? As I told them, when and whether it's 2 years or 1, right? When you go like this, right? When you move the tassel and graduate from public education here in Akron, what are the things that you should be taking with you into whatever it is that you're choosing to go? So what are the goals, the primary goals that you think education, as you graduate, what should you be having? What are the skills or the ways? And so, who wants to tackle that first? Kiana?
I'd say the skills that I would want to have is every skill that I went out my way to learn, not just from somebody, but for myself. So I wouldn't say all my skills would be completed, but majority of the skills that I do want to learn would be more about myself, being able to be like, I learned enough about myself to know different things because I'm only a sophomore. So necessarily, I don't really know anything about myself. But when I am a senior and when I do graduate, the only skill that I would feel that's most important to me would be the skill of me learning more of myself that I don't know now. And being able to say, this is who I am and this is who I want to be from now to forward, and not me now not knowing what I want to do, who I want to be, where I want to go to school, but being able to have that power and say, this is what I want to do, this is where I want to be, this is who I want to become in life. And I feel like that's the biggest skill for me that I want to have when I'm a senior, or even when I graduate college. I want to still stick down to what I said and said, this is the person that I want to become.
Okay, so there's two things I want to comment on. One, don't say only. You are a sophomore. Don't say only. Just like when you're like, I'm only a kid, when you do that, you automatically lower your own expectations for yourself. That's not you are a sophomore and hold into that. That has value. Number two, what I hear you saying, and please tell me if I'm not on the right page, is that you want to, when you graduate, to be able to have a better sense of self and authenticity. And it goes back to when Dr. Goggins said about this discussion today, is we have to start with our why. What is the fire? What is the thing that's going to drive us? Because the what will change. Mm-hmm. The where and all that, the how might change. But the why can always push you through no matter what that might look like, right? Does that seem? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Who else wants to take an opportunity to answer this?
She raised her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to compliment you, Kayana, from the start to now on your voice. Say what you mean and mean what you say, even if you use the word.
Are you on my notes? That's on my notes.
To you, and I'm just like in a spirit of like celebrating your voice because you're so authentic. So as you go into the world, when you said the only, I got what you were saying, right? I get what you're saying because you're a sophomore, you're still developing. But throughout your whole conversation, you're basically telling the audience, you're telling yourself that there's a need for self-awareness, or that connectivity to community and a broader world. So we hear you, but as you go through sophomore, junior, high school, college, trade, whatever, you own your voice. You don't let anybody tell you the words that they think you should say. You say what you mean, and you hold it, and you build upon it. But I do love what you've been saying from start to finish.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I really appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
That's good. Okay. Well, so primary goals of education. What are the things you believe that?
Make sure I answer
No,
this
you're
correctly.
good. You're good.
I don't. My personal primary goals wouldn't even be like math or English. It would be things that I got from like so like friendship, leadership. Let's see, I'm in a lot of sports, so things I've gotten from sports because I play football. So just being like that. Wait, what's a good word? The word to work with people. I learned from like that, whatever that word is.
Cooperation.
Yeah, cooperation.
Okay.
The ability to know when I'm wrong.
That's it.
Let's see, yeah, accountability. Like I said, I got. Let's see, the ability to follow. Yeah, kind of like to do this kind of stuff. Not even what I've learned in class, what I've learned from people, from teachers, from from friends, and from everyone.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are
Hopefully that was
the
the
humble
right-
one. I'm still, that's one that's
Hopefully
a
that was the
very
right answer.
no that's those are beautiful answers to. It makes me excited for you to graduate and be like, we need more you in the world. So, what else, Troy? What are you thinking?
You know what? When I graduate, I hope to have the skills to not only do almost everything they explain, but to also have integrity. Because I believe in the snowball effect. What goes around comes around. Honesty is a huge one. Relationships, and just to identify things in life and to be able to tackle them, even if I have never experienced it. Like, to be able to look at a situation and be like, this is new, but like Kayana said, I know me. And like Rochelle said, I know my relationships. So how can I use these things to tackle this situation, even though it's new to my life?
Go ahead. That's some love right there.
Thank you. And to also in life be able to identify the box, the comfort zone, and to always be able to erase it. In theater, a lot of our big exercises, we play these things called improv games, and they're to not only break down your comfort zone, but to make it so thin that when you're on stage acting like somebody, they really can't tell the difference, and they see you and they'll be like, he's really comfortable with doing that? Yes. That is my goal, like, eternally. Because people look at me and be like, you are crazy. And the word crazy has a negative connotation to it, but I don't take it as that. Like, if somebody were to call me peculiar or crazy or weird, I'd be like, thank you. Because I never want to be in the box. I never want to be in my comfort zone. My all-time goal is to always be, like Kayana said, unapologetically me in every stage of my life that ever is to come and that will ever be.
Do you want to try to add to any of that? Because
I don't always have to try. I can. I'm just like, may I? Will you guys be okay with me responding to it? I almost cried, so let me tell you, and I don't like crying. And I always say, I really don't like you when you make me cry, so I don't like you guys. I'm just kidding. I heard sense of, well, you said sense of self, but I understood it as finding purpose. You mentioned leadership and authenticity, the crazy in you. I'm going to share that I wouldn't have had this thought in high school when I was graduating. Because I was the athlete, and I wanted to just be that professional golfer. I got myself a golf scholarship to play at the University of Louisville, and that was my sense of self. It took me 20 years after that to realize what self meant, what authenticity is, because I put mask after mask. I was the improv queen on the spot. You wanted me to be in a different place. Nobody knew what was really going inside because I could mask it off. Right? Nobody could tell who Christina was. I couldn't tell who Christina was. And it honestly didn't come until like 2 years ago that I realized, man, I put a lot of self in the back. I didn't let that shine. So props to you all. You will find yourselves. Allow yourselves that growth, right? Because it is hurtful, I'll tell you. I mean, look at this. But it is something that you wish you can have at the end of education because you, I mean, I remember this as a high schooler, like there is that like one goalpost, right? And that's the one you're shooting for. And then you get there and you're like, oh, now what? And it happens, the now what for me was being an athlete. And then I graduated and I'm like, well, now what? Right? It's like, okay. And so you just roll with the punches and you put the improv face on and you keep going until I finally realized, I'm like, well, I finished the PhD. Well, now what? And people say, what's next? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what's next. Like, I guess there's a postdoc somewhere out there. But the what's next was me. And it took 20 years for that. So I appreciate you guys bringing that up because it is thing. And it is something that is authentic, right? Something that not a lot of people get to experience those, that grappling with self and authenticity and how you show up, honoring yourself. Thank you.
I just want to say that the answer was so good because that's exactly what I'm going through right now. Like, I really don't know what's next. So thank you for sharing that. That was really good.
I just want to let this keep going because y'all doing your thing. And I think what you just talked about is what Troy said earlier about, you said into the casket. I think that was the comment you said that's what you said. But is that as we continue to think about learning and schooling versus education, schooling, there comes a point y'all going to go like this, and then you're going to go like this, and then you're going to go like this, and then one day you might sit and somebody put something over top of you, the hood, right, for the doctorate, or the MFA is going to be possibly the terminal degree for you. There'll be a point where schooling ends, the official schooling, right, and then the learning, and then what's next, and thinking about how we can get there. And so what I hope when we think about what the purpose of education is how do we continue to allow for the learning of subjects and things that we know that will be helpful and trust. I hear all the time, even with college students, why are we doing this? Are we ever going to use this again? Some of it you might not think you will, but a lot you might. And it's not necessarily the topic or the subject. It's the ability to critically think about a problem that's new that you're like, I've kind of been here before, this newness. Let me see how I can apply the things I've learned in topics or subjects that I don't use anymore. But it's so part of understanding, again, that education can be looked at differently. Other research we talked about Dewey earlier, about how we can maybe think about the purpose of education needs to be not this, I'm the authority, you're the jar or the receptacle that needs to have all this information dumped into, but how can we co-author this experience together, knowing that I think you said earlier about being humble enough and vulnerable enough as the authority or the faculty member or the educator, right? To say, these young people have value and knowledge of what is happening. How might we begin to think about how the world is changing? Because they're experiencing it too, right? And so we're at a place where I want to kind of maybe leave final comments. So when we think about the purpose of education, and then we can maybe open it up to some questions from the audience if you all are cool with that. Any final comments on the purpose of education that you haven't said, that you want to make sure that if you could tell the educators of Akron, Ohio, this is what I would love to see education become. What is that message to them?
To me, it's just a quick thank you. Thank you for being in the classroom. Thank you for putting yourself out there. I know everybody dedicates themselves to being the best for the students, so thank you. Board members, Diane, I see you. Thank you so much for also serving in that capacity. And we see you. Believe me, what I'm sharing is mostly in terms of general, but I see you working in the classrooms. I work with you all outside of the school, like I shared, and it's incredible to see the amount of passion that lives in our classroom. So thank you for that. Thank you, Judy, Dr. Goggins, for allowing us this space and time. I would have never thought I would have been able to enjoy being in a panel with students. I really thought it was going to be some stuffy kind of thing again, you know. Yeah. So this is way better. I'm going to do this again. So I appreciate that very much. And again, I appreciate giving the space, right? I wish this room was full. I wish we would have recorded it because hopefully we can elevate what they've shared and repeat it and bring it up to the rest of our community that will need to hear it as well. So thank you so much, Judy.
I also want to say thank you because it's not a lot of people older people that will sit down in a room and listen to people our age, and because most people think, what do they know? But some majority, no, actually, I'm going to say all of us know a lot
Go
that
ahead.
people don't expect us to know. So I just really, really want to say thank you for hearing all of us out, and I really, really appreciate it because not a lot of people get this opportunity. So thank you.
I love what Dr. Gonzalez said and Kayana, and I just want to piggyback and say thank you, and also say we do recognize the work you're doing. Like a lot of it seems like when you look at our test scores, a lot of it, or our discipline, a lot of it seems like we're always suspended and we're not doing our work, and OSTs, we don't really like them, but in actuality, a lot of our underground students that actually have a sense of, actually decent knowledge, which is all of us, we do recognize and we do appreciate the work you are doing, because without you, we wouldn't have these opportunities. Whether we are failing or not, without you, because they didn't check my grades to see if I could come and I could sit on this stage. And that's not saying I am failing, but they did not check my grades to see if I could come up here and talk to you. So without you guys, not only would we not have this audience, we wouldn't have this foundation to be able to speak on the topics we spoke on. And I thank you for listening, like Kayana said, because it does mean something, especially when a lot in today's society, you see a lot of a lot more seasoned people saying, oh, well, okay, we hear you, but I mean, I've lived this, so, be quiet. Right. Let's keep moving. So we really do appreciate you, or I do appreciate you hearing us out and paying attention, and just sitting in our spots, because a lot of time we're listening. So just sitting in our shoes for a little bit and experiencing how it feels.
Yes, thank you so much. Honestly, like, I don't know what's been going on, but I feel like it's kind of about, I mean, like, it's been like, at Firestone, it's just been better, per se. I mean, yeah, there was just that fight. But I mean, like, it's been better. So thank you guys for whatever y'all doing downtown or wherever you guys work, because it's really great. It's really helping, and I would love to see more of you guys.
There is not much I can do to put a bow on what they just said, except extend my thanks. And I want to end with Dr. Bettina Love, who's an abolitionist educator, and she talks about what we need to do in thinking about the purpose of education. She said, quote, in her book, "We want to do more than survive, abolitionist teaching in the pursuit of educational freedom." That's her book from 2019. She has a quote in there that says, "We need not reform, reimagine education, but dismantle and abolish the way we have known it," end quote. And as an abolitionist educator, it's not just about to just tear down and defund and all that. It's to rebuild in the image of what we should be doing and what we want to do based on what they just said. So thank you all for the opportunity to be a part of that. Let's give them some love. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Goggins. So thank you, beautiful humans.
Thank you. First, I want to say I taught in Cleveland schools for 40 years, and I've always had huge respect for student voice, and I appreciate seeing you up there. My question to you, when you talk about the teachers, what is this something that you really appreciate that your teachers do in the classroom that motivates you to learn? So it's just one of your favorite things that teachers do that really gets you excited about learning.
For me, personally, I would say a teacher not only just caring about the thought of me learning, but caring about everything outside of that. A teacher that motivates you to do more than just what the goal, what people, the role that people put on students. Go to school, learn, leave, bye. Like a teacher that's like, teaches more than what they're supposed to teach. I love teachers like that, and I thank them so much. And I could put an example for a teacher at my school. His name is Mr. Culp, and he's the ISS teacher, but he honestly teaches me so much that not a lot of teachers learn. Like, I mean, not a lot of teachers tell you or know themselves. Like, in ISS, he actually teaches lessons. He doesn't just tell you to do the work that you're assigned. He goes on his board and teaches lessons about everything outside of school. So I thank him so much for that, because I've learned and developed different things as a student that not many people would think that I know. So I don't know if he knows this, but I literally thank him every single day for teaching me something that I wouldn't expect, because he's the ISS teacher, like, you know, like.
I love when teachers are more involved in just in their classroom. Like our track coach, Coach Harris, she's not even our teacher, but she teaches fourth graders. She is so involved in everything we do. It's so fantastic. It just makes you want to learn, and what makes you want to pay attention when you are in their class. Because just like, oh yeah, this person, they don't even really care about us. They're just doing their job and leaving. But if they like, she came to homecoming. She came to game. She always comes to games. She's just always there. Like Miss Rogers, she's so involved in the school. I don't know if you guys know her. She's a AP government teacher. It's just so involved to the point where you see them all the time that when you're in their classroom, it's like nothing but respect. It's so fantastic. I love that. It's so great.
Thank you for what you have said, because it has set the foundation for what I am going to say. What I really love is teachers that actually listen, and that is no shame to anybody, but there's a difference between actually listening and listening, because that's why you have 2 ears, 1 mouth. A lot of teachers hear and kind of pertain it, but a lot of teachers don't really stick to it. Like a lot of stuff, I love when I'll go up, like a Google form was sent out at the beginning of when we started school, and a lot of my teachers did it, and they asked like out of school responsibilities. Like, what do you have to do out of school? What are you responsible for? Like, do you have a job? Do you have this? Do you have that? And a lot of my teachers will bring it up. Like when work is due, they'll be like, okay, Troy, I know you have this, this, and that. And I recognize that you have this, this, and that. So, you know, I know that, but still get your work done. I love teachers that actually listen and recognize, and teachers that go above and beyond, like their position, because I know y'all it's a lot, y'all. Y'all got some kids that don't want to learn. Y'all got some kids that don't want to do nothing but just come and sit. I know it's a lot, but I love the teachers. I walk in the room, it's decorated for fall for the 5 days Akron does have a fall before it's winter. I love when I walk in and it's winter and it's snowflakes everywhere. I love that because it shows me not only are you passionate about your trade, it shows me that you're also passionate about your students, because it really shows me that it gives me value. Like it shows me that you value me and my personality and my voice and others' voices. And it really shows me more about you than it does about me. Like if I walk into the classroom as bland, I'm be like, I don't know about you. But when I walk in and it's decorated, it shows me, I'm like, okay, she's welcoming, or they're welcoming, or he's welcoming, and I'm ready to be welcomed. Like I'm ready to be taught. And it just makes me feel a little bit better about the 6 cruel hours of our lives.
Oh boy. That reminds me of thinking about how do we show up big in small ways. All of you saw just real small kind of moments of how educators have really kind of showed that your value is important to them, not because they have, as Troy just said, the content or the field or the discipline you're trying to teach, but because you're trying to teach humans and other folks, right? And so we have a time for, I think, one question and some responses, and then we'll get into a reflection. So I'm going to pass the mic.
Thanks. Hey, Troy, I'm listening to you, and I have a question for you specifically. So when we started this conversation today, we talked about, we wanted to consider how to make sure public education was high quality. And you mentioned a few times about your experiences with a private education. And I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on why you think you noticed, or why you did notice a difference between the two. Not necessarily, how we fix that yet, but why do you think that was the reality you experienced in those two situations?
So just to clarify, for elementary school, I went to Summit Christian Academy, which is out in Cuyahoga Falls, and for middle school, I went to Arlington Christian Academy, which is really what I'm passionate about. Like, I say I'm sewn to the bone a lot, but if you drill a little deeper and get to the bone marrow, I'm really a Arlington Firebird. I think, I think I recognize those differences because not only was Arlington, it was predominantly black, so I was around a lot of kids that looked like me, and we were learning a lot of things that applied to us. It was a different environment. Like every day, and we're faith-based. Every day we spoke an affirmation over ourselves. Every day we prayed over ourselves. Every day we prayed the Lord's Prayer. And I think the pace, we always moved kind of quicker in our lessons, but when we were learning things or doing things, activities, we always got to the root. We always asked the why and dug deep into the why. Like, say we'd be learning about bears salmon and why they swim against stream. Why do they swim against stream? How do they do that? Why are their bodies formed to do that? What helps them do that? We always dug so deep into it, but we always stayed on pace, but we always dug so deep that it wasn't confusing, but we always got to the root so much so that we understood to the almost 95% of our capacity that what we were learning was sure, and we knew where it came from, and we knew, just the bottom, the basic of it. Because a lot of times we learn stuff and we still have those questions, but we move on. We dug deep into those questions and then we kept moving. But also we stayed on pace. I think that's why I realized the difference in it.
And Troy, how many people were in your classes?
Oh, the class size. I graduated with 8 people.
I graduated with 14.
I graduated with
Troy, when you did that, all the educators went, 8.
Yes.
All of them, they went side-eye, the whole bodies went sideways.
There was 7 boys and 1 girl. And she loves us. We still stay in very tight contact. But I graduated with 8 people. The class sizes were also so much smaller. So we could all really hold each other accountable. And we were always on the same page about things because there were so few of us.
Okay, well, we can do one more, and then Dr. Goggins is going to tell us I'm going to go right. I saw her. Uh-oh.
Hi. Well, it's a tiny question, and it's a follow-up to Troy. I just wondered what brought you then to Firestone, going from the private to the public. I have 2 kids now in college, and both went to a private school through 8th grade, and then both at Firestone. So was it specifically the drama program or something else?
Me personally, I praise private a lot, but I got tired. My mom, I did get accepted to Hoban. I did apply. I got accepted to Hoban, and my brother goes to Hoban. But after a certain point in time, I was like, I think it was like the beginning or midpoint of my 8th grade year. Everybody was like, oh, I'm going to CVCA, I'm going to Hoban, I'm going to St. V. And I was like, I'm going to Firestone. It was that or Bookdale, and no shade to 1040. My whole family's 1040,
That's right.
so I can't really,
right.
I can't really
That's
shame
right.
them. It was that or Bookdale, and I was just like, I don't really want to go to Bookdale. Everybody, I thought everybody was gonna know me at Bookdale because my mom went there, my grandma went there, my dads, my uncles, my aunts, and that's kind of how it is at Firestone. Some people know me because of that, but I knew if I went to Bookdale, it was gonna be like, oh, you're her child. Yeah, we know. I didn't really want it to be like that, so I went to Firestone, and I am a performing artist. So from what I knew of Firestone when I was in 8th grade, I was like, okay, it's a performing arts school, so I'm gonna go to Firestone. And yeah, that's why I switched, because I kind of got tired. The uniforms, I was like, okay, I'm over it. Let's go public so I can be a fashion icon and do what I want.
All right, so again, let's give everyone some love here on the panel, and for sharing your truth. I think what we heard is agency, right? We heard that we want to give, our purpose of education should give young people the agency to be their full selves, to be able to experience life as they see it and experience it and want to experience it. And how do we as educators continue to think about, and we're going to go into that after in the next couple panels, thinking about sort of some of the pedagogy of how we do that, and in what ways can we share and be able to do that despite OSTs and testing and other requirements that come from those of folks who may not actually live in Akron, Ohio, right? So with that, again, thank you all. Much love and for who you are, what you are, and who you're going to be, the icons, the everything, but just know that you are that today, and you don't have to wait till tomorrow, okay? So appreciate y'all for the opportunity.
All right. So there's a couple of things that I also want to make sure that thank you, that we have be aware of. Just in terms of some housekeeping, I forgot. Okay. So if the panel members would come over, take a picture, please. Just a couple of housekeeping things I forgot to do. The restrooms are back in this corner here. If you need, we have some coffee, tea, lemonade there as well. I also want to point out, we have some pads around, two on this side, one over here. We're calling these parking lots. So if there is something that comes to mind, something that you are thinking about, that you think that needs to be addressed, or it has not yet been addressed, or just something you want to uplift, feel free to take one of the sticky pads and write on it and post it on the bigger pad. Okay. Given our group size at this point, we're going to. I'm going to encourage you to, if you have a question, to raise your hand, and we'll make it happen that way. We have some cards. If we get to a point where we need to more formalize, ask you to write your questions down, that kind of thing. But at this point, we're going to just keep on with the dialogue. So if you have something, if you have a question, when we have that, we'll get to a point of questions and answers, we'll just go with it that way. But if you think of something particularly, we have the parking lots. You know, sometimes our best thought is in reflection after the fact, and I wish I could have asked this, or you know what, here's a thought I want people to know. Just feel free to get up, go to one of the parking lots, write it down, put it on the pad so we can capture it as well. Okay? So as folks are moving, we are going to ask a part of this time period is the 3-2-1 reflection. So you have a form, the 3-2-1, It says, well, all of them are going to say conditions for learning, but if you could scratch out conditions of learning, just put purpose of education. So on that page 321, just put purpose of education. So on that page 321, just put purpose of education. And so what we're asking is, what are three things that resonated with you in what you heard, in what you was thinking, something that was a thought? What are three things that resonated with you? Okay? Three things that resonated with you. And we'll ask that of your students too as well. If you don't mind, if you can. Three things that resonated in your discussion, and what was thought about. What were three things that resonated with you? And then, what are two questions? What are two questions you might still have? Or two questions that you want to be answered? So 3, 2, 1. Three things that resonated with you. Two questions that you want answered, or two questions that you may still have. And then, what is one thing that inspired you? Or one thing that you commit to do? So that'd be great help if you would to do that. Three things that resonated with you. Two questions you want answered. One thing that you commit to do. One thing that inspired you. Give you a moment to fill that out. Again, three things that resonated with you. Two questions you have. One thing that you commit to do or that inspired you. So I'll ask you if you are inclined to share anything that particularly resonated with you. I'll share a few of mine and then ask you if there's anybody else. So one of the things that stood out to me was the emphasis on the distinction between schooling and education. Reminded me of one of my favorite books by Dr. Malumu Shuja, Dr. Shuja, too much schooling, not enough education. If you're not familiar with that book, strongly suggested. Too much schooling, not enough education. Another one is, again, looking at the purpose of education, what it is. And I was reminded of a quote from Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois. And he describes education as that whole system of human training within and without the schoolhouse walls. Let me say that again so we can be clear. The whole system of human training within and without the schoolhouse walls, which molds and develop, he said men, but of his time, but we would say people. So education is that process of training, yes, in specific academics, but as I think I heard and what comes through, that is about the development of the whole human being and shapes not only what they can do in terms of skills, but their character and the process by which they think, right? And here's just a bit of a nugget. When we talk about, again, what education is and what it was and what it should be. You think about, again, back when John Dewey, 90 years ago, was saying traditional education was antiquated then. The whole of human learning, everything that every human being learned ever, was doubling at about a pace of 1 every 100 years. So that means as a doctorate, I quite literally could know everything there was to know about a subject. I had 100 years to study it before that information would double. Currently, the sum total of human learning, everything that every human being has ever learned about anything, we are doubling that information at about a pace of about once every 4 years at this point. By the time you learn something, it is very likely already old. So in a time more than 100 years ago, the emphasis was on rote learning, memorizing. Because if you could memorize it, you could use it. And you had about 100 years before it would be old. Now, again, the sum total of everything that all humans have ever learned, we're doubling at a pace of about every four years now. The emphasis can't be on rote memory. It has to be on learning how to learn, learning how to process information, learning to be able to discern the quality of the information, and to be able to critically think and examine what you are seeing to know, is it useful or not, and then how to use it. That's different than just rote memory. But so much of what we are doing in education still is based upon a model of education developed more than 90 years ago. Even the way that our schools are set up are based upon the assembly line process. Just as a thought. Just as a thought. Yes?
I've been sitting here like a bird on a perch, trying not to say much, but what I heard these wonderful students say, and I want to give them the power of what they were saying, is called student agency.
Mm-hmm.
So everything they were describing is what we call the body of work. And I want to read what the definition of they to enhance their own cognitive ability,
Mhm.
how they process information, to take control, increase motivation, and ensure students respond to those activities. So how do we do that is putting in those structures to do that. So what they were all describing, if we create a word cloud of everything they said, it's really talking about student agency. So
Mhm.
I wanted to give them the power of that term, so when they say, this is what I want, that's the term you're using.
Yes. Yes.
Now I'll move back to Sebastian.
No, 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 no. That also puts in a particular question, because we talked about this idea of being vulnerable, right? And this is where I get in trouble. Because, again, this idea of constructivism, Dewey, we talk about it for years now, again, decades at this point. But it's always been a very troubling in its practicality implication. Some of it, my experience, I'll own this, some of this is dealing with how we see the student as an educator in the classroom, right? If I fundamentally believe that that child comes from an inferior culture, that child comes from an impoverished background, that child has nothing worth contributing to the conversation. Or I very well may believe that by teaching them how to avoid their culture, their history, their family, their neighborhood, I'm actually doing them a favor. So as an educator, I'm not inclined to tap into those resources to use them into, because if I see no value in them, if I don't know where I can pull resources from, I don't believe those resources are worth anything anyway, and what I'm going to teach, or the perspective, the culture that I have is superior and better, I'm not inclined to do those things. Even though I may believe if they were worth something, I would pull it in. But if I don't have that perspective, I may actually be seeing myself as doing it a favor to not pull it in, right? And that becomes problematic, right?
I agree with you. So we're talking about teacher expectations, and that's the teacher taking time to examine their own biases on how they interact with students. Those are two different pieces.
Right, exactly.
Teacher expectations, but I want to give the
Yes.
students what they said, what it was that they wanted to see in classrooms.
Yes.
And have those experiences, and that's how you put in the structures to do student agency.
Yes, 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 yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. I'm doing my, because y'all who know me know I got so much stuff running through my head, and I'm doing my best trying to be a facilitator and not the advocate with a microphone.
sit and look at the city of Akron and how resources are divvied out. Let's just take, for example, you look at the Vocal building and you look at the Firestone. I go to the Firestone where I have guest directed and have done anything, and if I get called back to guest direct, I go into an almost state-of-the-art auditorium with box seating. But if I want to do that same performance at Bookman, I just pretty much got an auditorium with a stage. So I guess I'm saying, and I would have loved to ask the students, I hear what you say, and I hear what we say, but what do we actually see?
We see what we see, right? So let's be clear about that. We see what we see. But at the end of the day, y'all might get mad at me on this, we have the government that we deserve. We have the education system that we deserve. It is our, as the community, decisions that we make that produces, right? When people don't feel accountable, and there's not accountability. When we ask folks to educate on the cheap and not on the resource. Okay? We see what's going on. Do we advocate? Do we support the avocation? Okay? So, again, this is why the intention is a community conversation about what public education looks like amongst us. That's our responsibility. That hopefully will inform us as we engage with those people that we want to represent, engage with the universities in terms of what, again, I'm talk to me. I will be on my soapbox when it's appropriate for me on my soapbox. This is not it, but I got something for you. But we have to align our expectations with our money sustainability, with our practices. It means something when we have a value and we have a different practice. Okay? So, but that's, at the end of the day, as a community, that's us. That's us. Okay? And then lastly, then, this distinction between education, teaching, and instruction. Those are three interrelated but different things. Right? Good instruction for a bad purpose produces bad results. A systematic approach to providing systems of passing on knowledge that tends to reinforce privileges and powers that are oppressive, right? Teaching requires not only the expectations, but the ability to connect and have the competence to know how to use the various social capital that's out there. They're interrelated, but they're not one and the same. And we need to be more and more aligned. All right, so I think we got a little bit, y'all had a good chance to share some, if there are, in terms of the two questions, what are, just one or two folks popcorn out, what are still two questions you still might have? Yes, ma'am.
I want to know how we can buoy teachers to ensure they can do things like build deep relationships, participate in extracurricular activities, and do the extras the kids and have time to be able to engage with their students. I taught the last 7 years in CMSD, and which Dr. Goggins, I worked with you.
Yes.
a bit. I was an SEL coordinator for CMSD.
Yeah, yeah.
And those are extra things, right? Teachers are stretched incredibly thin.
Yes.
Clearly, that is very, very important, not just to the students, but to build the students and help them to achieve all those goals that they have, upon graduation. So that's my eternal question, is what can we do to make sure that teachers and educators in general can do all the things we know we need them to be able to do?
Okay, okay, good. Tom?
So, this was a community conversation, so I'm thinking about things outside the school. And so I would like to know what the students believe that the community can do better to help prepare them for the things that they're looking forward to in their lives.
Okay, okay. All right. Anybody else want to lift up a question? Put it into. Yes. All right, all right, all right. So, here's it. Yes, yes, sir. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. So the question was, what role, and correct me if I'm wrong here, what role as a policymaker, the role of the policymakers in the ways in which they pass legislation that impacts budget, that impacts even like what is allowed to be spoken in the classroom, those kinds of things, and how that impacts then the student voice, the agency, the ways in which teachers can engage. But I would also think in terms of what is required for a licensure. We hear the importance of being able to build quality, deep relationships. Is that a part of the licensure process to be able to demonstrate that, or all those kinds of things, right? You're shaking your head because here's the reality. Here's a reality. Let's say it like that, from my experience, that we have a teacher preparation process that typically requires one diversity course, one 3-hour diversity course, which basically says there's other people out there that don't look like you, but there's no expectation of diversity competency, SEL competency in these type of human development competencies. And then, as a school district, to what extent in the job description is there an explicit expectation, in order to do this job, you must be able to demonstrate cultural competency, relationship building, deep relationships. So all too often, without revealing the school that I used to work with, but I looked at their teaching job description. There's nothing in there. And I'm sitting on the equity and equity inclusion strategy team, and there's nothing about equity in your job description. So teachers are often not prepared. Then they're hired to do a job. They have an expectation of a job, expectation of their position that is not what they were hired to do. And for years, we know that 50% of our teachers tend to leave the profession within 5 years. And in most cases, many cases, it's a sense of being overwhelmed, feeling not being prepared, This wasn't what I signed up to do. We've known that for years. Okay, but again, I will be on a soapbox and I won't do that. So 3, 2, 1. So let's revisit. Who's in the room? We're still the same folks in the room. If you got somebody new, you didn't get a chance to do this, who's in the room? Oh, okay. Who's in the room? Give you a chance to do that. So our next panelist, if you start coming up. Who's in the room? Okay. Okay. So we're still mostly educators, advocates, okay, learners, their parents, students, okay. All right, my lawyer that's there, I like you, love it, right? But the ways in which we are showing up in this room, okay? We are going to, you gotta give me a moment because I need to log in to Zoom, if I can do that, to bring in our next guest, okay? If you give me just a moment, if y'all need to switch, you wanna hit the bathrooms, grab something to drink real quick, this will be a good time to do that as we make this transition. get ready for our next panel. So, as we get ready for our next panel, appreciate folks getting in. Yes, sir. We may have a little bit of a thing. We're gonna make sure, as my understanding is that the computer audio should be going through the system, but I'm not altogether sure that is actually happening. He's on mute. Okay, I got that. All right. So, Brother Sandy, if you can come off mute just to make sure. Dr. Womack? He can hear us, but I'm looking.
Yes, sir, Dr. Goggins.
Okay, there you go. I got you. All right. So, can you? That's not coming through the system, though, right? Okay.
What I was hoping to do is put closed caption on, so what I might not be able to hear, I will be able to read across the bottom of my screen, just in case the audio is not great. I can read it.
That's cool. And then what we're gonna do is try to get you situated where we can hear you in the crowd better. Let's say it like that. So let's do.
Not a problem.
All right, talk now.
Test one.
Oh man.
Test three.
All right.
Test one, test two, test three.
I say some of you folks may understand this. We're cooking with grease now. All right. So thank you, Brother Sandy, Dr. Womack. Let me be more formal. Dr. Womack for joining us. We are going to move on to our second panel. We have Dr. Erica Glover, who will be our facilitator, and then we will move. So, go.
Thank you, Dr. Goggins. Good morning, everyone. Want to make sure it's still morning. Our day is flying by right now. And also, good morning to you, Dr. Womack. I want to pause and make sure that we are honoring this space, and especially because we are working with scholars, and there is a difference between when you say give voice as if they don't have it, and then co-constructing knowledge as a result of the voice we uplift. So I want to make sure that we honor them in this space as experts. So thank you for being willing to share your experience and being willing to co-construct learning with, because we're learning from you.
I can hear it, but it's kind of difficult to hear a little bit, Dr. Goggins.
So, and we're learning from you. In a moment, I would like for Dr. Womack to be able to talk a little bit about who he is, his research, and his experiences with turning schools around, school turnaround. And then we'll also make sure that we're pulling in Dr. Ross from the Urban League to talk about that at a level from community, and then our scholars and their expert seats in the space of who they are in the classroom. So, Dr. Womack, could you tell us a little bit about your experience and your research?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I'm a veteran educator over 30 years in the public school system, having worked in for the urban Big 8 districts, Akron, Canton, Cleveland. I'm currently in the Columbus City schools. I've been fortunate to work with staffs who've done a tremendous job on improving the academic outcome for students in urban settings, having been able to take a few of our buildings from academic emergency to the actual effective rating overall. And my research has been on principals who successfully turned around low-performing schools during the No Child Left Behind area, and trying to find out what were their tactics, what were their techniques, and what did they do consistently that improved the overall outcomes of those urban school settings within the urban Big 8 school districts. And just looking forward to this opportunity, hoping that Dr. Goggins could possibly put the audio on closed captions, so if I can't hear it, at least I can see it across the bottom of my screen. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Womack. Dr. Ross, excuse me.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dr. Jennifer Ross. I am the Vice President of Diversity, Education, and Engagement at the Akron Urban League. My background is I'm an educator at heart. I started out my teaching experience in Akron Public Schools. I was a third grade teacher at Richmond Elementary and then Schumacher Academy. I then went to Columbus City Schools, and I was an elementary teacher in Columbus City Schools for quite some time and was a teacher leader in Columbus City Schools. I went from there because I understood that although I was effective in my classroom, my students performed well, I watched my colleagues around me struggle and underperform. So I really wanted to think about, well, how can we impact systems? And so from there, I went to the Ohio Department of Education. And at the Ohio Department of Education, I worked with teacher evaluation, teacher induction, principal evaluation, and then I was a transformation specialist where I worked with low-performing schools to help them turn schools around to move them from failing to be more successful. From there, I went to Columbia Law School because I really enjoyed doing the work of social justice, and I worked with Kimberly Crenshaw, really looking at the Black Girls Matter and the school push-out work and looking at the intersections of race and gender. So we looked at intersectionality and critical race theory and identified strategies and put on town halls across the country thinking about how do we address systematic issues across our criminal justice system, across our healthcare systems, within employment, all of those things, and how do they intersect to impact it, to see, how do they intersect and really drive the disparities that we see across race, gender, and all of those things. I enjoyed working in nonprofit, and so I came back to Northeast Ohio, and now I'm at the Urban League doing some of that work, so I look forward to this conversation today.
Miss Cheyenne Lewis, who is a basketball player, they play Elliott. I'm gonna give you a plug, sis. Elliott, December 7th, 6:30. Make sure you all are there.
Hi, yes, my name is Cheyenne Lee, and I'm up here to talk about what works best for me and what teacher teaches me best and the routine she takes and the approach she makes for us as students. I'm speaking about my teacher, Miss Cerny. She teaches pre-calc. I'm a junior, by the way, if you didn't know. I'm a junior at Firestone High School. You know, go Falcons. But she teaches pre-calc. Her name is Miss Cerny. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. When it comes to math, it's a struggle. It's a struggle, especially with pre-calc. And having a teacher that lets you know from the jump, the first day in the classroom, that she's passionate about her career, she's going to be there for you. She understands not everybody is Albert Einstein when it comes to math. She's there to work with you. Her hours she can help you tutor is before school starts and during lunch periods. She will help you. She'll sit down with you, work through a problem with you. She'll never make you feel like you're too dumb to comprehend what she's teaching or anything like that. And that's one thing I love about Miss Cerny. We just had a quiz in her classroom the other day, actually, and I was struggling. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I was struggling. I was stuck on 3 questions, and the block had already ended, but she let us know that if you come in during lunch, you can finish it. And the whole time she'll go around, she'll make sure, she won't tell you the answer, but she'll make sure you have the basic steps of solving the problem. So you have to get the problem yourself, you know. If the problem is something to do with a squared plus b squared equals c squared, she's not going to tell you it. She's not going to let you be using a solution y equals mx plus b to solve it. She's going to give you the steps you need to solve it so you can solve it on your own. She's very supportive, and she's also funny, which makes a great bond between the student and the teacher. And that's one thing that I love about her. She works really well with other students. She'll work with you. She'll teach you. She's very open. She'll tutor you. She's not just, oh, I'm going to throw notes up on the screen, a couple videos, and you need to understand what I'm teaching you, and then we have a test. Because I know a couple of teachers at Firestone are like that, not going to drop no names. But I just wanted to give recognition to Miss Cerny because she's a really good teacher.
And we also have Jalen.
I'm Jalen Edwards. I also go to Firestone. This is my senior year, and I've had a lot of teachers. Coming from private school and then going into public for high school, it was a big switch because in private school, you get that emphasis of they're really like a family, and in high school and in public school, you really don't get that as much. I feel like. But my favorite teachers have been those that still give you that same effect. I feel like to really be a good teacher, you have to be able to do more than just teach. You have to be able to talk to them, connect with the person, and I've had a lot of teachers, and with that bias of current, like I have a bias, of course, because he's my most current teacher, but I would have to give my respects to Mr. Gijic. He's every day we walk into class, he teaches with like a fire in his soul. It's like all of his words truly have meaning to him. He doesn't teach just to make sure you get it, you have it in your book, when you take a test, you know it. He teaches it so that when you get to that next stage in life, you have it. And he teaches my AVID class, which if you don't know is like a college readiness class. So if I'm being honest, he's helping me through like the hardest part of my high school career right now, trying to figure out where I want to go, what I want to do at the next level. Do I want to go to college or not? And he's really pushing me. Like every day you walk in, and if you're doing something wrong, he's not gonna just like, I'll send you to ISS. No, he's gonna talk to you. He's gonna pull you out. He's gonna treat you like a person. He's not gonna treat you like some robot that he's trying to just instill information into. He's gonna teach you like a person. He's gonna really talk to you. You connect with him because he's not just some robot feeding you something. And I really respect that from him because he's taught me so much with his sternness and his confidence and his ability to just be human in the classroom. I feel like that's really essential. Like if you can be human with your students, they really learn more. Like I can't learn just because you throw something on the board and tell me to write it down. I'm not gonna remember it. But he'll talk to you about it. He'll keep focusing on it. He'll randomly ask you about it. And even if he sees you in the hallways, he'll act like you're just another person. He'll talk to you and he'll communicate with you. And I love that.
Thank you. And so I wanted to make sure I was able to pause and also introduce myself. My name is Erica Glover. Over 20, gotta borrow from the 10s, 22 years of experience in education. I spent time 1040 till I die. I booked CLC most of my career in education. So I started out as an intervention specialist, and I do definitely want to give this story because I think it speaks to some of the things that we'll talk about today. And I was an intervention specialist, and the classroom that I had was called the Now Classroom. And I'm sure that there are folks who might understand what the Now Classroom is and some who may not. So I'll give you some context. So I was high school setting. My scholars were actually self-contained. So they attended class with me all day, every day. Now, I told you I was borrowing from the 10, so this is some time back, okay? And I'll never forget the day we were having a conversation, and the question that I posed to them was, well, what other place do you go? And people tell you when you can go eat, or people tell you when you can use the restroom, and you can't move with everybody else. Prison. So I realized I was helping them to practice being in prison. So when you think about the school to prison pipeline, and you think about the structures that we have in place, it's important for you to understand how those structures actually impact the people that are in them, right? And so I transitioned out of that role into an administrator position, still not even understanding how it's policing our young people's bodies with a hood, right? And so even we're thinking about young people entering schools with a hood, not understanding sometimes my hair is messed up, but I'm here, Miss Glover, and you tripping about this hood, right? And so when we're thinking about improvement and we're thinking about success, I'm going to really pivot and ask us to reimagine. Because if we think about improvement, we're operating from the stance that what is happening is working or can work. Nah, we're going to push and we're going to reimagine school in this space in a way that we don't have any boundaries or limitations in how we're thinking about it. Is that cool with y'all? And so I also did some work in HR. So I heard someone talking about teacher prep and hiring and training and ongoing learning. So I also want to talk to Dr. Womack, Dr. Ross, our scholars in this space to hear what they think. And going back to what Dr. Goggins shared earlier, like, okay, we're hearing it, but what we going to do with it, y'all? So I'm gonna pivot to that as well, some things that we could prioritize. Is that all right? All right, so my first question is for the panel is, well, what does school success look like to you? How do you know that a school is successful? Can Dr. Womack hear us? Should we drop the question in the comment?
I can actually hear you now. I was able to log in through my laptop as opposed to my phone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you.
Yes. So one of the things that we look for in regards to successful educational experiences, number one, did you graduate? Did you graduate prepared to enroll, enlist, be employed, become an entrepreneur with a skill set that will allow you to navigate across the United States or across the world? Can you read well, write well? Can you collaborate, communicate? Do you have a skill set that gives you a positive sense of self and the ability to take care of yourself and your family with a trade, a vocation, or a degree? So success looks a variety of different ways for a variety of different people, but that is the way that we try to measure success. Does the person graduate from our schools with the capability to be successful outside of just their neighborhood and their community? Do they have a transferable skill set that will allow them to sustain themselves and sustain their families? And those are some of the ways that we look at success. A lot of people try to look at it in regards to college and university, but I have several friends who are entrepreneurs who do extremely well. So can you critically think? Can you collaborate? And it's not just all just state tests. And it was good to hear the kids from Firestone as well as the Abbott program. And I think I heard some people from 1040 too, so go Bookto High School.
Thank you. Dr. Ross.
So Bell Hooks wrote a book called Teaching to Transgress. And whenever I think about, what does success look like, I think about it from the standpoint of education is about the practice of freedom, right? So whenever let's start with, are we in spaces that's allowing us to be set free? Are we in spaces that's allowing us to be our best selves? Are we in spaces that's going to actualize and bring out the best for everyone, not for some? Systems are designed to do exactly what we see them doing. So those who are moving through the educational system and being successful, it's because it's designed for those individuals to be successful. Those who are being pushed out, who are being criminalized, who are failing, it's because the system is designed for them to fail. So we have to think about, do we have a system that's designed for poor children, Black and brown children, to be free? Or are they being criminalized? Are they being pushed out? So when everyone's free, when everyone has access, when everyone has resources, when everyone receives high quality education, high quality teaching, when they're walking in spaces and they're not policed, and they have a voice and they share their voice and there's reciprocity in learning, we have a successful educational system.
Thank you.
What does success look like in a high school? That was the question, right?
Yes. For you.
This is a kind of, not very, I wouldn't say hard, but for me to explain completely how I feel, because if I'm being completely honest, I'm only 16, so I haven't seen more so or say like a completely successful high school. Like, yes, I'm pretty sure Firestone has like a 97% graduation rate, but I feel like that just doesn't make you a successful high school. I feel like you need to have teacher and student connection bonds. I feel like you need to have spirit and feel encouraged to walk into school. It's not just, okay, metal detectors, lock up your phone, go to class. Like, every single 5 days out of the week, every single day, it's like there's nothing that's like encouraging yes, I'm gonna come to school. Yes, I'm gonna have a good day in my teacher's class. She's gonna work with me. It's not just gonna be notes and I'm just gonna be scribbling in my notebook, not understanding what I'm putting down. I feel like it needs to be open and we need to feel encouraged and excited to step into school and don't get me wrong, I love Firestone, but it really doesn't feel like that. Every single day, it just feels like go through metal detectors, make sure you got your phone in that yonder bag, go to class. Every single day. And I constantly try to make the best out of it. I build bonds with my teachers. I give a smile in the hallway. I give a compliment to somebody every single day. I always try to play my part, but it's kind of hard when you see administrators who come into school who it's like, more or less to say they only there for the money. They don't care about the kids. They just here to do their job and then go home at 3:15. But yeah, on to Jalen. Before Jalen, you are 16, not only 16. All right? Okay.
I would say, for me, success in school is like, I don't know, being able to walk the stage. Well, it's two things. For me, it's being able to walk the stage and say you know what you're about to do next. Like, we're not having to know, but have an idea. You know, I feel like a lot of people, they get to high school, and when they come from struggle, especially, it's like your idea is, I'm just gonna graduate. You know, I gotta graduate. And I feel like there should be more to that. I feel like after you graduate, a lot of people just, all right, I'm done. You know, you don't have another goal. You've done it. I'm gonna give me a small job. I'm gonna make ends meet. I feel like after you graduate, the idea should be, now what's next? Like, what can I do to continue to be better, continue to grow, continue to learn? And I feel like the way that high school works now is like after you do something so many times, you kind of don't care anymore. So they lose that feeling of wanting to continue to learn, because we begin to feel like learning is just sitting in a room, staring at the screen, write this down, go home, do it again tomorrow, and do that 5 days out of the week. A lot of people don't see it as, okay, I'm learning, I'm getting better at something, I can take this to the next level, I can make money doing this, I can have fun doing this, I love this. And a lot of people don't get that in school. I feel like that would be like, that's the most essential thing, knowing what you want to do after you walk the stage. And another thing is wanting to be there, like wanting to be at school, because like as a senior, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to be there. I get up and I'm like, I guess I'll go, and like I go to class and my goal is just get good grades, because at the end of the day, what else am I supposed to do? Like, I just want to get it done and go to my next level and figure out what I'm gonna do next. Because I feel like when I get there, it's just like, it's the same old, same old. I lock my phone up, I go to class, I listen to music on my little Chromebook, and I do my thing. Like I've started to just like kind of feel like I'm simulated into the system, and it's uncomfortable. Like you feel like you're just repeating it over and over and over. And I feel like school right now is just kind of building repetition when it should be building the idea of growth.
Wow. That's genius right there.
Right.
Let's clap that up. Thank Cheyenne and Jalen. That's genius right there. And I want to make some connections here to what I'm hearing our folks talking about. And there's a difference between deficit and asset-based teaching, right? And our scholars come into the space with genius. And what happens is schooling pushes genius out. And Jalen's just described that purposely. Intentionally for us. So eloquently, right? I go to school, I do same thing every single day. It's like I'm a robot. That's what he said. Right? And so if that's the case, where's creativity? And if that's the case, how are we helping our scholars to apply learning to what they're about to experience after school? We're not. We're practicing the hidden curriculum that teaches certain people to be workers instead of entrepreneurs, instead of innovators. And then we are wondering what's happening when they graduate, and we have some who kind of become content with graduation because we haven't been able to nurture that genius, right? And the other piece, and Sister Cheyenne said, every single day. You get tired of that every single day. And Dr. Goggins, learning is not rote, right? There's a difference between education and learning. And if we're honoring genius, I should be you're the curriculum if I'm honoring genius. I'm learning from you. Right? So my next question is, because now this goes into relationships. I hear you all talking about relationships. Before an educator is hired, what might we propose so that soon-to-be educators understand the history and the context of the community before they're hired in the community? So we talk about teachers that want to be teachers. What do you all think should happen
to help pre-service teachers to learn more about the communities they're going to serve. Dr. Womack, we'll just continue in the order that we have it in, if that's cool.
My cousin just sent me a picture to let me know that I'm this big face behind all of these students sitting in this audience. I had no idea. If I'd known that, I'd have wore some nicer clothes, Dr. Goggins.
Is that your cousin? Who's the cousin? Point him out, Dr. Womack. Point him out for us.
Well, one of the things that I would say is that, most pre-service education programs right now are seeing a limited number of candidates who are going into education for a variety of different reasons. One of the things that we've done as a principal, when you talk about successful practices, we used to make our our teachers do what we call neighborhood canvassing. So you would get in your car and you would drive through all of the neighborhoods where all of your kids came from. You identified the assets, you identified the stores, the churches, the businesses, the vacant homes. You got on those streets and you became familiar with the neighborhoods that your kids came from, so that therefore you can make your education relevant. We called it the neighborhood scavenger hunt and neighborhood canvassing. But what it did is allowed our teachers who are working at a Buchta, who are working at a Hartford, that were working at a Schumacher, that might have been working at a Rankin when Rankin existed, to become familiar with the neighborhoods from which the kids come. So you needed to go to those churches. You need to become familiar with the Masonic lodges. You need to become familiar with the dairy marts and the stores, as well as the people in the neighborhood and the community. And that really helped us make education relevant for the students that we served on a day-to-day basis, because there were connections. Plus the parents saw them. So when they saw those teachers walking in those streets and those communities, like, hey, who is that? And where you come from? And, oh, you got my students at the school. And so it really helped build relationships. It was just called neighborhood canvassing, neighborhood scavenger hunts. And we required it every year when I was at Hartford Middle School. And what we found is many things that the teachers thought were in place they didn't know. Like, why is there a bank in this neighborhood? Yeah, because we cashing our check at the corner store and we taking 2% off. They're not going to Huntington or Nationwide because those banks aren't in our neighborhood. Or, hey, where's the grocery store? Well, we didn't see a Aldi or a Save-A-Lot. Those grocery stores weren't in the neighborhoods and communities. I grew up on Wildwood, so we didn't have a whole bunch of anything over there. But that provided our teachers with a capacity to become familiar with the students that they would serve, as well as the families. And when the families saw them in the community, they embraced them because they became a part of that community. They knew about that community.
I agree. And just to go off of what Dr. Womack is saying, I remember going into the classroom my first year, and I wanted to be an educator because I didn't see in my education experiences many teachers that looked like me or that I felt believed in me. And so I remember walking into the school that I first taught in with this belief that I was going to make this huge impact on the students that I was teaching. And I didn't know at that time there was this nice educational term for belief in my ability to impact my students, but I was highly efficacious. I believed in my ability to impact the students that I was serving. I think we have to think about the teachers that we're placing in the buildings, because often we place teachers in classrooms who don't have a belief in their students. They don't have a belief in their abilities. They don't have a belief in their abilities to produce outcomes with those students. So if we know that teacher efficacy rates highest among any strategy, any program that can determine outcomes for those students that are being served, we know we have to place the right teachers in the right spaces to get the right outcomes. So it starts with a belief. And so if teachers look at certain students, and we know that bias plays out for everyone and anyone, and we're not addressing individual bias, and we can't train bias out of people. Teachers have to have experiences. So we know that field experience matter. Hours in the classroom, hours in the community, hours alongside individuals that you may be working alongside that you may have never ever had experience with can impact how you think and believe about those individuals. So we have to ensure that when teachers come out of training, college preparational spaces, they have to put in hours in urban spaces, in rural spaces, and suburban spaces, specifically spaces that they may not have been in or experienced. Because most likely, when teachers graduate from college, they're going into our urban space because that's where the openings are. That's where the openings exist. So they go into our urban school to get a position. They end up in probably the worst performing school because that's where all the openings are, because teachers aren't leaving in spaces where the students are coming to school, the students are on task, where parents are engaged. They're not leaving those schools. So we have to ensure that they're ready and prepared to go in those spaces. So we know that's important. We also understand that teaching them how to build relationships. The students already told us what's important and what works. Building relationships, having a belief in them, having engaging lessons. All of those things make an impact, right? So ensuring that they have the hours. And we also know that when we give a teacher a mentor, not just in 1 year, not just for 1 year, but for multiple years, they're more than likely to stay into the profession a lot longer. So assigning them with mentors who can walk alongside them in their first few years of teaching, but not just any mentor, if they're going to be in urban spaces, in really challenging spaces, but culturally competent mentors. And I also believe creating a pipeline. So if we're just looking at teachers right when they graduate or right before they graduate, we're probably too late. We need to start looking at teachers whenever they're in high school. We need to start cultivating educators, middle school, high school, pushing them into a pipeline in college, and then molding them once they become an educator and giving them a mentor and ensuring their success, just like we want to ensure our students' success. So it's a responsibility to ensure the success of those educators, like we want to ensure the success of our students.
I wanted to add on, going off of experience and mentors, I feel like teachers who are just coming into the program or before they even become teachers, they should go to schools, different schools around the area, and maybe spend about 4 weeks with the teacher who teaches the subject they're going into, so they can get a feel of different students and how that teacher runs their classroom, and get to see from their own eyes the bond that teacher may have with them, with other students, compared to a teacher across town, this bond they have with other students, how they teach, et cetera, et cetera. Because I feel like that would really open their eyes, because not every teacher teaches the same, and not every teacher has the same bond with other students. And some teachers are real passionate about what they want to do, and some teachers, their passion solely gets drained because of the kids, and they don't know how to talk to the kids, they don't know how to communicate with the kids. All they know is, go to ISS, I'm writing you up. They're not able to comprehend that not everybody comes from the same place you come from. Not everybody thinks the same way you do. So you have to be able to work with children or teenagers or whoever, even adults, because nobody is thinking the same exact way as you. And I feel like that's really hard for some people to comprehend. Just because something might make sense to you, it may not make sense to somebody else. And that doesn't mean you get flustered, you start yelling, you give up on them, because a lot of teachers do give up on students. And I feel like light isn't brought to that enough. A lot of teachers do give up on students, whether it's a problem or they just feel like they're not trying. But it's different for everybody. And I feel like a lot of teachers need to understand that better. And I also wanted to say, speaking of mentors, there's this group I'm a part of. It's called AC. It's called the Always Climate Program. And it's run by Bryce Harris. And we're actually getting mentors. Jalen is also a part of it, to help us, guide us, and to have somebody who we can speak to, who we can talk to help us with our career and what we want to do after high school. So I feel like them also having mentors is a great idea.
And Bryce is an APS counselor. So that so you have counselors doing work outside in the community that they're serving. So teaching and learning doesn't stop when the school day stops, right? It's also how I'm connected to the community. Brother Jalen.
I'm gonna start off with that because I feel like that's really important. The mentoring of it, Always Climbing Project. I've been in it for a year and a half now, and I've loved it. It's been such a great experience, and the best part about it, honestly, is Bryce, because he's he means what he does. Like, he loves what he does. He does it with so much passion that it makes you want to be more and more involved in it.
Wait, I want to add on to what Jalen is saying real quick. I'm sorry. Once you get me started talking about AC, I'm going to keep on talking and keep on talking. It's also not just Bryce. It's also Ryan. Yeah. We actually have a website. So just see me after. Just see me after. But also, yeah, it's a really great program. And we do stuff all around the city of Akron. We've done community service. We picked up trash. We've gone to the homeless shelter, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to let Jalen go back to speaking. But I also wanted to toss out that I'm the president of AC, so make sure you get with me.
I think she's so cool. But yeah, like, I love the program. And I think what really talks to me is that I talk to Bryce more than just in the program, because Bryce is my coach for football as well. So it's like you get that experience, and seeing that he's also the same person all around is really important. Like, you see that he's a mentor everywhere. He's gonna mentor you whether you're on the field, inside the building, at an always climbing event. He's gonna mentor you, and I feel like mentorship is really important. I'm also doing mentorship in my AVID class right now, because we're trying to help with kindergartners. We're going to visit them, trying to imbue that, I don't know how to say it, but like, get that teaching out there and see that there's more than just that teacher. You know, I think youth teaching is like one of the most important things. With the youth doing it, it really kind of helps. I feel like, because when I see somebody around my age, whether it's 10 years older than me, I get more of a connection with them than I do somebody that's in their 60s. I'm just being honest. It's like you don't get that same level of connection. But mentorship is definitely a key thing. And another thing with teaching in the communities, I feel like will help is that you need to really make sure your teachers have empathy. Empathy is a really big thing. My freshman and sophomore year, I had this math teacher. Shout out to Mr. McEwen. He was the best. And the reason I respected him so much is because he did things that made him different. One thing I'll never forget is that he told us, he was like, somebody asked him why he never does homework. We never had homework in his class ever. And he said the reason he never did homework was because he knows what it's like in the communities that we're from. He's like, a lot of people go home and they don't have the chance to get that homework done. They don't go home to the best environment where they can log on their Chromebook and go online and do their work. Some kids don't even got Wi-Fi at home. So it's like he felt like it was stupid to even send some of these kids home with a Chromebook saying do this and do that when they couldn't even go home and do it. They'd come back in tired. They get in, they hadn't slept well last night, they'd eat school breakfast, and they'd sit there and they log on their Chromebook and have to do it at 7:45 in the morning because they couldn't get home and do it themselves. And I respected him for that because it really showed that he had the empathy, he had the ability to see beyond his nose. Like, he could see what everybody else was going through, even though he never came from that type of environment. And I feel like that's a need in the teaching area, because some teachers really don't have empathy. They can't connect with these kids. And I feel like the ability to connect is so essential, because if you can't connect with the people around you, how are we going to learn from you? I can't learn nothing from you if you don't respect me or don't treat me like I'm there. You know, you just throwing something to me. I don't get it at all.
Fire. So I heard several things: connect and respect. I do want to tease out the difference between sympathy and empathy, right? And we talk about sympathy. Because sometimes sympathy can lead to low expectations. And so empathy, we definitely need to make sure that we are not just putting ourselves in other people's shoes, but that we are also listening to their experiences, and my mentor would tell me, so that we're mitigating harm, okay? I also heard something about, even when you think about diversity initiatives in education, right? Oftentimes, young people don't want to be educators because of the experiences they had in school. So we are trying to recruit black and brown educators, not understanding, making a connection that, why would I want to be an educator and you treated me like this? I'm cool. We're not making that connection sometimes. And to Dr. Womack's point, when we're talking about the neighborhood canvas, and we want to make connections to culturally responsive teaching and learning, I'm going to push us to even think about neighborhood audits, where we're looking at the number of liquor stores on the corner, and we're looking at food desert, and now we can talk about environmental racism in science class, right? And so now these are the ways that we engage scholars differently, because now you're talking about what impacts my community. Now I can go apply learning, and I can do something about it as an advocate for myself and my community, right? And so we have to start seeing our scholars as advocates and geniuses because those experiences that they have, you haven't. And just because I look like them doesn't mean I've had their experiences, right? And so I think that's something for us to be mindful of. I think both our scholars here, Dr. Womack and Dr. Ross, and as well, I would love for you two to answer, both kind of hit on, now we've been talking about relationship, but I want to pivot and I want to talk about restoring relationships. Sis said, go to ISS, I'm writing you up, right? So I'm hearing a need for us to think about, and I would love for you all to answer, how do we help educators and even administrators and even school leaders understand the importance of restoring a relationship? So a young person gets kicked out of class, they got to come back. Who's mending that relationship? How do we go about mending relationships in school communities?
If I may jump in, and I hope that everybody can hear me, you know, it's difficult. Zoom is positive, but I can't see the room, but I guess the room can see me. I think one of the things that I recognize on a day-to-day basis, for all of sin and falling short of the glory of God. Moses was a killer, and yet he led the Israelites. Paul, was persecuting Christians at one point. Rahab was a prostitute. We know that Samson, don't drink the wine, don't marry outside of the race, and there's certain things he wasn't supposed to do. Everybody makes mistakes, and I think we have to put ourselves in a situation to recognize that people lie to God, so we know they'll lie to us. Everybody makes mistakes. But when we criminalize or put kids out of school and expel them for behaviors that in any other school system, they would say, hey, my uncle used to tell me, says, poor people go to jail, rich people just pay fines. And so we have to find a way to recognize that the student population that we serve is the future of our community. And so if we don't find a way to use restorative practices and restorative justice in that capacity, then in many cases, we make it very difficult in order to make a substantial change. And I think we have to start with self. All change starts with me. I have to be willing to change. And we have to look at the audience of the teachers that we have in front of our kids. It's interesting to hear the perspective of the young students because I remember being 18. And my grandfather used to tell me, he said, son, tell me about being 30. I'm just like, I'm 18. He said, right, but I've been, you'll never tell me about being 30 because you haven't been there yet, but I've been there, but I've been 18. And I get it. But education is economic development. And believe it or not, it's the reason why they kept us from getting it for so long, for over 300 years. Then they separated and segregated us after 1954, Brown versus Board of Ed. We didn't even start integrating schools really until about 1979, 1980, to tell the truth. And now we're the most segregated population across the United States. Schools are more segregated now than they ever have been. You can just look in your communities in regards to the demographics of the schools that you serve and that you go to, that we are still very segregated. So I think somewhere along the way, we have to get our students to understand that schools, social services, and corrections are all government institutes, and they all work together. So if the schools, the families, and the communities don't start working together collectively, education is a multi-billion-dollar business. It's money in criminalization. It's money in failure. And so poverty is even bigger multi-billion-dollar business. And so when kids don't move forward, if kids get in trouble, we pay more to incarcerate a student than we do to educate a student. Right. And I don't think people understand the big picture in that it costs almost $22,000 a year to incarcerate a juvenile, while the state of Ohio only gives about $7,000 per student. So why would we pay more to incarcerate than we would to educate? And so we have to start looking at a systemic approach to say, hey, we have to start doing some things collectively amongst our people, as you're doing today with this forum, to say, what are the solutions to that? Because we're losing too many kids to suspensions, expulsions, finding a way to criminalize them, criminal case histories. And it takes a group or a form of people like yourself in the panel, especially the students, because I think the answers are in the room to change that, because far too many kids are being suspended. The state of Ohio has just put in legislation to state that no students below third grade can be suspended unless they have a weapon, they've used that weapon against somebody, or they have drugs or it's a criminal offense. So I'm glad to see that, because you saw kids as young as in kindergarten being suspended and handcuffed and taken out of schools. Like, this is a kindergarten. So, the state is trying to put some rules in place in order to address it.
but it's going to start with the people. Power has always been in the people. I just don't think we recognize that we have it, and we have to come together collectively and push our politicians who actually make the laws. You know, it's not the mayor. The mayor enforces the law, but the politicians, our state legislators, our council people make these laws. And so how do we push them on that issue to change some of these practices?
And I think we've heard from the students, and they've told us they talked about specific teachers in their buildings who are doing a really good job, right? Who are highly effective. And so it's not a mystery. We know in every building that we walk in, and I don't care what type of building you're walking in, you know the classrooms where there's magic happening. The principal, the teachers can point to the teacher and can say, that's the class where everyone is excited about going. That's the class where students are not being suspended. That's the classroom where students are performing at high levels. It's not a secret. And so I'm not sure why we make it complex. So, but we also know that in education, there's this egalitarian belief that everyone's the same. And so we have pay scales, we have all these expectations that everyone has to do the exact same thing, although everyone is not able to produce the same outcomes. We also know that whenever a teacher is reflective in their practice, right? And whenever when they record their lessons and they watch their lessons, or whenever they have peers come in and they observe them and give them feedback, that they can be a lot more effective in how they engage in what they do. So it's interesting that we can think about high-performing athletes, right? And high-performing athletes put in so much practice in their craft because they want to be the best at what they do. They put in hours and hours of whatever it is they want to be skilled at and do better. And so they'll even get a coach. LeBron James will get a coach. He will get someone to help him sharpen his skills. But in education, if we give a teacher a coach, there's an assumption that it's a bad thing. If we ask teachers to put in extra hours of practice and time to really examine their practice, it's a bad thing because we're explicitly saying, or we're somehow saying that they're ineffective. Although we have so many indicators telling us that something's wrong in these spaces. So I think we have to shift mindsets about how we expect educators to learn from effective educators. How do we break down silos? How do we ensure that we're developing critical reflective practitioners so that they're more effective in their craft? And how do we really create professionals? Because we want to be called professionals, but we don't really want to be held accountable like professionals. So how do we fix that right there? Because the students can tell you what an effective teacher looks like. We don't have to look at the OTES rubric. We don't have to look at an OPES rubric. We know what works and what don't work. So how do we apply it? How do we push for accountability for everyone? And how do we ensure that our students are moving towards this whole education as a practice of freedom?
Thank you, Sister Cheyenne. Restoring relationships. Speaking of restoring relationships, I feel like teachers need to stop judging. The first time I experienced a teacher judging at Firestone, I didn't experience it firsthand. I actually saw it happen. I was a freshman. It was 8:36. I was coming into school. Our bells ring at 8:20. You're late. I'm walking up the steps. I got my slip in my pocket. I'm walking up the steps. There's two young black men in front of me. They turn a corner to go walk onto the second floor. I'm turning because I'm walking onto the second floor as well. There's a teacher, a white woman. She stops both of them. She says, "You guys need to go to ISS. Y'all don't have no slips. Like, y'all are flicking. I'm going to write y'all up." She asking for their names, et cetera, et cetera. They trying to explain. They just got here. They was going to their locker first before they get a slip. She's like, "Oh, no, we going to go to the office. We going to get this talked out. I don't believe y'all." but I walk right past her. She don't say nothing to me. Another time I experienced it was my freshman year as well. I was actually a part of it. I was walking down the hallway with a group of my friends, Nia and I forget the other girl, and we walking, we talking, and then there's a group of white girls coming our way. And then a teacher steps out and she stops us, and she's like, "Where are y'all passes? Y'all are flicking. Y'all need to just hop it on our necks," literally. And we're like, we show her her passes. We just going back to class. Like, we just so happen to meet up. Like, Firestone's a pretty big school. I know plenty enough people. Like, we just talking. The girls walk right past her. She don't say nothing. It's like, I feel like a lot of teachers judge because they just, oh, I've heard about you. I know where you come from. Like, they don't recognize not every kid lives across the street from the Summit Mall. We live in Fairlawn. A lot of kids come from the west side, the east side. There's a murder, there's a shooting every other week. Every week. Like, growing up in a community where it's just violence, 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 the same kids who grow up in that community, they get into a fight, they get put out for 10 days. How is this helping them? They fall behind on education because teachers ain't reaching out to them. Teachers ain't telling them, oh, this is what we learned in class, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, you want to come pick up your work? You got somebody who's able to have you come pick up your work? And that's another thing. Some of our kids, they don't have no rides to school. They ride a bus. They don't have no Wi-Fi. A lot of these kids are just struggling, and that's because they don't have no role models, nobody who showed them, oh, this is what you can be. You could go so much farther in life. It don't have to be just, oh, working at McDonald's for the rest of your life. Like, not saying that's a bad thing, if that's what you want to do, but they don't have no guidance. And I feel like a judgment plays a big part in that. Like, one of our teachers, Jayla, I don't know if you have her name is Miss Wade. She's fantastic at talking to kids. Like, you having a bad day, she'll pull you outside. She'll be like, what's wrong with you? Talk to me. She'll talk to you. She won't make you feel bad. She'll work with you. She won't just put you outside of her classroom and be like, no, I'm not dealing with you. Because as a teacher, you deal with students every single day. That's over 100 kids you're going to deal with. Not every single one of them are going to be having a good day. You're going to run into kids who are having a bad day, who don't want to talk to, who don't want to put their hood down. That don't mean you just give up on them. You send them to ISS. Oh, they in ISS for 3 days. It's really not fair how they set up the system, and I feel like personally that plays a big part in it. Because also, it feels like the teachers don't even want to help, especially some of our counselors. Like, the best counselor at Firestone is Mr. Sandy, hands down. The amount of times I've came to him, but the rest of them, it's just like, I remember I was just in science class, I was in physics the other day, and my friend, I'm not going to drop her name because this is pretty close. She was telling me about how she went to one of our counselors, and she started crying in his office, and he made a joke. He was like, oh, you're not suicidal or anything, because I would have to call your parents then. And I was like, she's crying in your office, and you make a joke about suicide? It really don't feel like no connection or no empathy at all. So I feel like it would have to start there with no judgment and talking to the kid and get into a better understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Cheyenne. Brother Jalen, and then I know we need to turn things over, so I'll be closing out for us, Dr. Goggins.
I would say the most important thing is for a teacher to be able to communicate. Like you said, when you get kicked out, I gotta come back at some point, right? Like, you can't get rid of me. And I feel like that's the worst part, is that some teachers think they really can just get rid of you. They think they can just start a problem. Like, whenever you got any type of issue, they can just take it to the next level, call the office, come get them, take them out of here. And they can do that every time until eventually you got a 10-day or you got to get taken out that class. I feel like the problem is that some teachers aren't willing to communicate with their students and really just have a conversation. They see that I'm the adult, you're the kid, that's that. You do what I say, you don't do what I say, you go to the office, you get it done, we can handle it in there. I ain't got nothing to do with it no more. I feel like that's the problem. I feel like they're not willing to talk to us, and they treat us like we're not worth a conversation. I love that some of my teachers, what they'll do, especially Mr. Gigic, what he'll do is when there's a problem, he come into the hallway. Let's talk about it. We gonna converse, because I'm not trying to send you down. You got important learning to do. We're gonna talk it out. Whatever the problem is, after we work it out, we're gonna go back in and we're gonna sit back down like nothing happened. Because I feel like that's what a real teacher does. Because at the end of the day, you're not just trying to instill information, you're trying to make better people. And to make better people, you gotta teach people how to communicate. That's the most important thing in the world. If you can't communicate, you can't do nothing. So I feel like it's important, because a lot of kids I know, Like they'll have a problem with a teacher, they'll talk to the actual teachers that they like about it, and they'll be like, why don't you go talk to them? And they're like, they're not like you. They're not like you. They won't talk to me how I want them to talk to me. They won't converse with me. So they'll talk about it and they'll be scared, and I'll be like, that's crazy. Two of my friends have come up to me this year talking about they've told me that principals or counselors have lied on them. Like they'll say, especially with the Yonder bags, they broke their Yonder bag on accident. I was there for the event too, and it was like they accidentally broke it. They go and they talk to a counselor about it. They say this and that, go talk to this other person. And then when they go to the other person and be like, well, I talked to so-and-so about it, they come in the room and they say that conversation never happened. And hearing that is kind of crazy. It's like, why do y'all treat us like our conversations just aren't important? Like they hear one thing, they say something, they give you that base response that they've told every other kid in the building, and then it goes out the other year and they don't remember it ever happening. And I feel like that's kind of crazy. I feel like our conversations as students should really be more important to the teachers, because at the end of the day, we're the next generation. After y'all are done, we have to do what y'all are doing. And if you treat us how y'all want to treat us and treat us like we're just not important, we're gonna do the same thing, and the system is just gonna keep going the same way. We can't make change if nothing is changing.
Ooh, drops the mic, Brother Jalen. So to wrap it up and summarize, I heard judgment, bias, perception, right? Unpacking those mindsets that leads to the behaviors and actions that tends to be harmful for our young people. Not worth a conversation. So disposable, right? And we didn't even hit on mental health, because I've also heard scholars say, years later, I had a scholar come to me and say, Ms. Glover, I'm trying to get over what school did to me. I'm trying to get past what happened to me at school. Mental health, right? Mental wellness, let's say that. I'll pause. Bryce is in the building. Always Climbing is in the building. I want to make sure I honor the guy who the young people are speaking about. And with that being said, thank you to Dr. Womack, Dr. Ross, Sister Cheyenne, and Brother Jalen for your time today. Dr. Goggins.
Wow. Thank you for Dr. Erica Glover for your facilitation. Thank you for the panelists for your insights. They want to take a picture with you on the side. We are again at that point of 3, 2, 1. Okay. Wow. All right. So y'all have no idea how y'all setting folks up, and oh, good grief. So I'm going to ask for if there are any questions, comments for the panelists at this point. Let's keep that going just for a little bit. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the panel. I mean, I would just be straight with you. If I came here as a young person getting ready to go into teaching, and I heard everything that y'all just talked about, I would go to college and I would change my major. And I'm asking that. And I'm asking you, when is enough enough? Now I can say that because all of my family, probably 160 years of teaching experience. And I'm asking you as young people, what would you say to a young college freshman who was thinking about going into teaching? And he's hearing, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you have to do this. And they wanted to change, because right now, actually, there's a huge deficiency of people going into teaching. What would you say to get them to go into teaching? Young people.
Oh, okay. Because I'm going to give it to you, but I'm going to say thank you for making that decision.
Okay, I would say, first off, you should not feel discouraged. What we're talking about is basic human rights. This is how you should approach everybody. You shouldn't just, be nice to a student and not judge them because it's a student. You shouldn't judge nobody. The only person who could judge is the man up above. So I feel like if hearing all this is too much for you and you're second guessing your career, you should just change your career. It's that simple.
This ain't for everybody.
I'm saying the same thing. I feel like it's like just why are you afraid? You know, why are you afraid to teach people? I feel like it's not that hard. I feel like it's difficult, but at the same time, it's difficult because people don't want to be nice. Like growing up, everybody's mom told them treat people how you want to be treated, right? That's all you got to do. Treat kids how they want to be, how you want to be treated. Because as a kid, did you want somebody cussing you out or sending you to the office just because you said something that you didn't really mean? No. Just because you made a mistake? No. So why are you treating kids like that you can just treat them however you want when as a kid you didn't want to be treated that way?
They're simply talking about humanizing versus criminalizing.
So, yeah, so, who-we. Goodness.
Teaching is a passion. It's a calling. That's right. It's a calling. So if you figure that out before you harm somebody, I'm proud of you. Thank you. I'm thanking you.
Teaching is not, yeah, oh, yes. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
No.
Francisco Torres. One of the things I'm really interested in is thinking about, so I know a lot of the conversation focused on teachers, and I think it's important to name that and also couch it that they are within the system, and I was wondering, how would you, all of you, the youth leaders, the advocates there that are on stage, think about talking to, I think, politicians who set up faulty laws in relation to teaching. Think about admin who are supposed to be creating this culture where teachers take up these roles. Think about schools of education that I'm a part of that fail to make teachers that are better for you. I wonder, what is your thoughts on talking to these people in power? Because I know you see teachers on a day-to-day basis. The rules and regulations are like superintendents and other things that are a part of that system. I wonder how you thought about that, or have you thought about those bigger entities?
I think that schools are complex spaces, right? So schools are very complex. And so I think Audre Lorde said it best when she said there's not a single issue struggle, right? And so we understand that we're talking about systems, right? And so teachers are a part of a system, right? And leaders, whether they're principals, whether they're directors, executive directors, superintendents, they're a part of a system as well, right? And then you have the Department of Education, right? Or educational service systems, they're a part of the system also, right? And so whenever I worked at the Department of Ed, I would have to remind people that we're just implementing legislation, right? So like, you can be upset with what you see us asking you to implement at the local level, but you have to think about who we're electing in these roles and why they're making the policies and the laws that currently exist. So we have to have a really in-depth understanding of what are the beliefs of the individuals who are making the decisions around how we believe schools should exist and how we believe we should measure success in schools. And also, and I think we said it earlier, like school systems are designed to do exactly what they do, right? So we're creating dropout factories and students are dropping out of these spaces, it's because the design is flawed. So we know that when we create improvement processes, where we're asking leaders, executive leaders, educators to collaborate and to look at their practice and to create leadership teams, right? To really think about what's the best way to transform adult learning to be more effective with students, right? That's work, but that's work that takes time. And so we don't often give most mandates time to even be effective before we change them. So if we know it takes about 3 to 5 years, sometimes longer, 5 to 7 years, for something to work, we're typically changing it before we've even given it time. We've given it time to see if it can work or not work. At the Department of Ed, whenever I was there, we pushed out, new teacher induction, how new teachers had to be inducted into the profession. We pushed out how we want to evaluate principals, how we're going to evaluate teachers, new testing mandates, all at the same time. New standards. People were wore out. They had initiative fatigue. They didn't want to hear another thing from us, whether it was going to work or not, because we understood that we were doing way too much work. Half of the initiatives, I'm going to say probably 90% of the initiatives were unfunded. So we couldn't even develop and train folks to how to effectively implement, how to effectively monitor to ensure that they would even work. So half the time we're implementing mandates that's unfunded. We don't provide any support to make or resources to ensure that they're going to work. And then we try to figure out, well what's wrong?
Okay, so, yeah, students?
Actually, I was kind of stuck on exactly what you were asking, because what it seemed like to me we were asking are, what are scholars going to do to reach out to superintendents and principals to get into their mind? And that sounds a lot like the phone works both ways. So I just wanted to know if you could exactly pinpoint what you were asking.
Yeah, so I think that you gave a lot of advice on how you think teacher relationships can change. And I was wondering kind of like both ways, they should also be reaching out to y'all. And we know that plenty, for example, politicians or even school boards aren't educators or work with kids, and yet they get those positions. So we have to think about how we vote. I think too, sorry, I can't remember the rest of his name, but Dr. Ross you mentioned. So I'm just wondering, like, if in an ideal world, if you had the kind of collaborations that were more humanizing, what would you be articulating to these people in power that you feel you need in these spaces that would affect the whole school, teachers and you?
Well, for one, they would have to come. For example, I just called downtown APS the other day to speak to one of the superintendents, and the lady told me, hold on. Nobody answers my phone call. But I do want to give the knowledge to, I'm so sorry, I forget your name, but she's from the Board of Education, and every single time I go somewhere, whether it's for Love Akron, APS, AC, I always see her or Mr. Hill or Hall, I'm sorry if I mess it up. And then there's another one. I always see one of them. So they always come out and try to listen or whatever. And also, when they were initiating Yonder Bags, they had students from every APS school come out and ask questions and speak on it. So they're playing a great role, a great job in doing their job and actually coming out and making a change. But that's the thing, you have to want to come out and listen to us. Like Jalen was saying, it's like y'all just dismiss us. Y'all don't care to hear what we have to say because we're 17, we're 16, but we're the next generation.
All right, so, we could do this forever, because this is powerful. Somebody had one more question. One. If it's not if it's not a question, you can put it on the board, please. We ask you questions. But we got a parking lot, so we want to capture. Again, capture your thoughts. We really do. I'm not really, the capturing thoughts. Put them onto the parking lots, please. If there's a question, we'll. But so, all right. 3 things that resonated with you. 2 questions you want answered. 1 thing that you commit to do or that inspired you. Okay? And please write at the top what works. What works? Mm-hmm. 3 things. 3 things that resonated with you. 2 questions you want answered or you still might have. 1 thing that inspired you or that you're committed to do. Okay? If you could do that, please, it'd be greatly appreciated. I'll just share a couple of things, because all of this. The idea of regiment versus ritual comes up to me. Things that we do in a regiment time and over again. Versus the things that we do with a ritual, and ritual is meant to move us to a next stage, meant to grow us, those kinds of things. It represents, it is a way of acting out a value. So what are we doing that are just regiments versus things that we do that are rituals that help us move us through? The idea of joyful learning. That learning should be, yes, rigorous, yes, challenging, but it should be joyful. Not just happy, not happy kumbaya, but in the process of itself, productive struggle, that I experience a moment in which I realize, oh, this is worth it, this is good. Oh yeah, this is worth it. And what comes out of it brings me joy. The idea of develop growth and that growth mindset. Bell Hooks, if you've not read Bell Hooks, please read that, sister. I also heard, I will go for a quote from A.C. Hilliard. Those folks who know me know I say this often. A.C. Hilliard, he said, I never encountered a group of children that are not geniuses. We know what to do. First thing you do is treat them like human beings. Second thing you do is love them. When I did my professional development, I used to say, if that quote confuses you, there's no amount of professional development. You can't train bias out, right? If that quote confuses you, the worst response I ever got in professional development, I asked teachers, what does treat them like a human being look like in your class, in your school? And I had some teachers, what does that have anything to do with this? I'm like, because they're human beings. I said, what does love look like in the context of your school? And what does that have to do? I'm not talking some kumbaya stuff. But maybe this sounds familiar. Love is not rude. Love is kind. Love hopes all things. Love endures all. I said, so what's your policy about being kind in your classroom? What's the policy for not being rude in your classroom? What's the policy for enduring in your classroom? What's the policy that's celebrating the truth in your classroom? Very practical approaches. So with that said, and something that Dr. Womack, Brother Sandy, said, the neighborhood scavenger hunt. That piece there, powerful. I can tell you how many gyms, how many stuff, young people, so thankful that you're a part of this. Demonstrating, I would hope, what happens when we have conversations with youth and with young people versus talking to them or talking at them. Okay? Yes, we may hear something that's uncomfortable, but yes, we hear stuff that is inspiring, and at all times, it is the truth that will set you free. Goodness. So I appreciate you. I know they want to get a picture over here with y'all. Your 3-2-1s, we really appreciate it, and we will get ready to move on to our next. The next is lunch. So we are over lunch. If you got a chance, who's in the room? We'll do that again. But I believe we are ready to move towards lunch. I don't know if there's somebody who's going to talk to us about how to make, come on up here, how to make this happen. And yes, sir. And if the young people will go over here to the side, well, all y'all, go over to the side and do this picture. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's get that panel running.
We got 2 buffet lines. We got chicken wings and fruit over here. And on the other side, we have beef, turkey, and falafel sliders, as well as lamb chops.
lots, these easel boards on the side that you can put your thoughts, ideas, something you want us to know. Write it down. Set it on the on the pads. We greatly appreciate it. We are going to ready to move on. So, also, just real quick, who's in the room? If you hit the, if you've not already done so, if you already done it, you're good. Anybody else who's in the room? The QR code. Just let us know who's in the room. Just how do you come? We're not looking for your name necessarily, but you call yourself a advocate, a parent, a student? How would you? How are you representing coming into the room? Well, we've had a fantastic discussion thus far. So very thankful for having the young people in the voice. And I see her walking out, but we're not going to stop, dreamer. Okay. So when she comes back, we all going to yell, "Happy birthday." We're just going to just give her a surprise when she comes back into the room. Happy birthday. She is primarily responsible for the young people being here. And we're so very thankful for her work and what she did to get the young people here. So when she comes back in the room, we're going to do that, and hopefully it will be relatively soon because I don't want to have the conversation stop. So we get her to come back in the room. But until this point, we are thankful. We're here to discuss education, high-quality public education in Akron. And I know this is we're splitting hairs, but it is important. We're not talking about Akron Public Schools, the district. Though with our students, obviously, their experience may be with Akron Public Schools or a particular school, so that they're speaking from a real spot, and that's their lived experience. But this conversation isn't a conversation about Akron Public Schools, nor is it a conversation for Akron Public Schools, by Akron Public Schools, all that. It is a community conversation about public education in Akron by the community. It is for us, the community, and meant to be informative in the ways in which we, the community, will then think about and engage public education in all the different forms that it might take. Quite frankly, we are in a place, we're in a state where public money is going to private schools. If it's public money, and just because it crosses the threshold of a private school, it's still our business, right? And schools, to Dr. Glover's point, we're not just looking to how can we improve a system that was described as antiquated 90 years ago. At this point, we're looking about how do we redesign, how do we recreate a public school system that is of the 21st century, that meets the needs of all students, that is centered in the community. And we're going to say, happy birthday, Dreamer. Again, thank you for all that time. Huh? Yeah, on the next panel, yes. Next panel. No, next panel. No, not this one. Next one. This is, so right now we're going to get into a conversation with our special guest. He is the 2022 National Teacher of the Year, Mr. Kurt Russell, and we have a quick video. So yes, you're going to get the chances. Have you? Here. National Teacher of the Year.
Hello, my name is Kurt Russell, and I am honored to be the 2022 National Teacher of the Year. School is where dreams come alive, where teachers lay the foundation of possibilities. For me, it was my kindergarten teacher, Miss Francine Toss. I still vaguely remember the first day of kindergarten. I was greeted by Miss Toss, a middle-aged white woman with a huge smile and gentle voice. She welcomed each student to her class and, like all teachers on the first day of school, tried to ease the nervousness of her students. The school year was great. Miss Toss made learning enjoyable and fun, and she created a learning environment in which you felt as though you were the only one in the classroom. Her lessons were meaningful and heartfelt, and one could tell she enjoyed teaching. More importantly, Ms. Toss intentionally incorporated an inclusive curriculum. She read books by Black authors and women authors to make sure all students felt a sense of belonging. It was also my 8th grade math teacher, Mr. Larry Thomas, my first Black male teacher. Mr. Thomas wore an afro and was an impeccable dresser. He wore a shirt and tie every day. When I looked at him, I saw a professional. This provided me with an attainable goal of becoming a teacher. In him, I could see myself. As I reflect on the lessons learned from Ms. Toss and Mr. Thomas, I realized that teaching has to be learner-centered. Students must see themselves in the classroom and curriculum in order to empower and engage. That's why I created courses to allow students to feel valued and appreciated. Courses that deals with women's rights, gay rights, and a survey of Black history. It's important that my students see themselves as I see them, with unlimited potential and full of gifts. Each student needs a champion, no matter what the circumstances are, and teachers across the country are committed to doing for their students what Ms. Toss and Mr. Thomas did for me, lay the foundation of possibility so our students' dreams come alive. Especially during the past 2 years, I have personally witnessed teachers pour into their students unwavering kindness, love, and hope. I think of my colleague and friend, Danita, who has touched countless children's lives with her caring approach to teaching. Each day, she gives her time in investing in every child that crosses her path by giving hugs to students who are having a difficult day or granola bars to hungry children. Danita epitomizes what great teaching is: cheering, rooting, and being invested in the wholeness of the child. I am humbled and honored to represent educators like Ms. Toss, Mr. Thomas, and Danita, and so many others educators who are champion for their students and work to provide a rich and fulfilling education every day. As the 2022 National Teacher of the Year, I am committed to uplifting the wonderful work of educators. I am truly blessed to be a part of this transformative profession as we legitimize students' voices and plant the groundwork for a more culturally responsive education. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kurt Russell.
Thank you so much.
I have the honor and privilege of
having a conversation with Mr. Kurt Russell. Mr. Kurt Russell grew up in Oberlin, Ohio. For those of you that know me, I grew up in Oberlin, Ohio. Mr. Kurt Russell grew up in the same church that I grew up in, Mount Zion Baptist.
Yes, yes.
For those of you that know me, you know that I'm from Alabama, a little place called Linden, Alabama. Guess what? Mr. Kurt Russell is from Linden, Alabama. For those of you that know Oberlin, Ohio, Oberlin is a major stop, was a major stop on the Underground Railroad, was a place that allowed African American and women, one of the first colleges to allow African American and women to participate in an educational setting. So you see where we kind of get that thirst and passion for everyone. I wanted you to see that video because it kind of laid a groundwork for who he is, and it kind of laid a groundwork for why he does what he does. But I think as you heard the students earlier, if you were here, you heard a lot of what he does. They talked about teachers like Mr. Kurt Russell. But I want to know the hows.
Yes.
Because that's what you really are about.
Most definitely. And first of all, allow me just to say thank you for allowing me to, I guess, intervene in your space. Of course, I am not from Akron. I'm not from Akron Public Schools, but I am a teacher. I'm an educator. I'm a learner. And I'm just so fortunate to be here this afternoon. What's the how? You know, what's the, I guess, the strategy or the technique behind all of this? Let me start back, if you don't mind. In the video, you heard about a Miss Toss. And it was 1978. And it was Eastwood Elementary School. And Miss Toss was my kindergarten teacher. And it was one February. And it was just a year after Black History Month was developed, right? 1977, we had Black History Month. And so Miss Toss said one day she's going to read a book. And this is kindergarten. Miss Toss had 15 students in her classroom. Out of the 15 students, it was 14 students of color. And now the 14 students of color, it was 13 Black students. So she had a rocking chair. She had 15 mats around her rocking chair. And she said, we're going to read a book. And she opened up the pages, and each turn of the page was someone who looked like me. And it was a book about Martin Luther King Jr. And the title of the book was Young Martin. And so from there, I just had this falling in love with learning, this falling in love with knowing. And Ms. Toss intentionally decided to give her students something. Now, I said race is important because Ms. Toss, a white woman who did not have to read a book that looked like me. Kindergarten, you could read a book about animals, right? Fruits and vegetables and your A, B, and C's. But she was intentional about the work. And when I think about the how, I think about Ms. Toss, that intentionality. And so from that intentionality, when I became an educator back in 1997, I remember Ms. Toss. I remember Mr. Thomas, my first Black male teacher I ever had. And that's when I told myself, you know, I want to make sure that every single student who walks through room 200 at Oberlin High School would see themselves in the curriculum. And that's the how. Because how can you sit in class and be engaged when the lesson does not even reflect you, when the images of the books doesn't reflect you, when the stories and the narratives does not reflect you? And so I made it a point to create courses such as African American history, race, gender, and oppression. First, can you imagine teaching race, gender, and oppression in high school?
So how did you get to that point? I mean, did the students ask for it? Did the staff say, hey, can you do this? I mean, how did you get to that point?
I always had that within me, that disruptor attitude, where
that's Oberlin, y'all.
That's Oberlin, that's right. Yeah, I think that's maybe my downfall as well. I've always been this disruptor, wanted to make sure that I do not do the same things as others are doing. because some of the same things, some of that traditional education is not working for some. And I just wanted to make sure that I provide a education that is culturally relevant to all of my students. So that's where it came from. It always within me, but I credited, once again, Ms. Toss for bringing that out. I credit Mr. Thomas. I had great role models to really bring that out.
What did Mr. Thomas teach?
Math. I'm a history teacher.
How do you get math,
That's, yeah.
history?
Because what Mr. Thomas modeled was professionalism. What he modeled was a passion for learning that is transferable to any other subject area. Yeah, so this math teacher who ran around the classroom, who dressed with a suit and tie every day, who was energetic, all students loved him. And in him, I saw myself. I was like, wow, if he could make 20-something students in his classroom pay attention, there has to be something powerful about this thing we call education. 20 eighth graders paying attention, having respect, there has to be something that is great about this profession. And so from that moment on, I always knew I wanted to become a teacher.
We heard that earlier from some of the students on the panel. They said the same thing. That teacher, I don't know what he taught or she taught, but I liked that person. That person made me listen.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it wasn't about the content. It was about how that person made you feel.
Yeah, matter of fact, the students said they were stern, they were confident, and it was less about what they were teaching, but it was more about the information. Yes. Interesting. So how do you ensure every day to bring out the best in each student?
Well, I have to bring out the best in myself first. And so I can't expect students to bring out their best if I don't bring out my best. And so when I enter the classroom, my students know that the best that I have, I will give to my students daily. I can't pick and choose what days I'm going to teach well and what days I might take this particular day off. No, because students mean too much, and education means too much for me to take days off of teaching. And so I come to my classroom every single day with energy, with passion. Number one, because I love it. Number two, because the students need it, and they deserve it. And so I can't not bring any type of laziness to my classroom. I cannot bring any type of disrespect to my classroom, because what is the ultimate disrespect? The ultimate disrespect as a teacher is when you don't teach. That is the ultimate disrespect. When you come into a space where students want to learn, where students are desiring to learn, and you don't provide that. That's the ultimate disrespect. And so I never want a child to say that Mr. Russell never brought that passion to the classroom. Now, they might say, I don't like history, and that's okay, right? They might say, I don't like history, but they could never say that I enter a classroom and did not give my all. And so how can we make students feel energized and engaged? It starts with that person in front of them each and every day.
So as a teacher in a classroom,
Yes.
did you get pushback from the administration about your courses?
I did not. That's because it's Oberlin, of course.
Oh, okay.
You know, Oberlin, this liberal, progressive
Yeah.
town, you know, Oberlin College. So no, I never received pushback. The only, can we say, problematic or negative attention is when I became National Teacher of the Year. And so when I became National Teacher of the Year, you know, the rumors and the rhetoric is, how dare he teach these types of subjects to kids? And I remember one article from the governor of South Dakota, who said that he would never invite Kurt Russell to South Dakota. Really hurt my feelings. I don't know. South Dakota. Yeah, so really didn't have an interest of going to South Dakota. But it's just things like that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So no challenge. So think about when you were teaching the students, the challenging students.
Yes.
How did you reach them? Because I know you had them.
Of course, of course. I think someone mentioned this earlier. Teaching is not rocket science. What you have to do in order to be an effective educator is that you have to humanize students. And
Say that again, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Teaching is not rocket science. What you have to do is humanize students. And the thing is, what does that mean, to humanize students? Right? You humanize students' lived experiences. And so a lot of time as adults, we receive amnesia. I know when I was in 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, so forth and so on, I was not a perfect student.
Sure.
I skipped class, didn't complete homework on time.
Sure.
And so when students do the same thing in my class, I remember.
Yeah.
But now since I'm in front of the classroom, I have expectations
Absolutely.
and accountability. And so that's part of humanizing students. See, we could speak about humanizing students, and then we don't have any expectation for students. In order to humanize, you gotta have expectations. I expect you to do well. I expect you to do this. I expect you to do this because I believe in you. That's the expectation that really constitutes us humanizing our young students.
Sure. I remember as a new teacher, and it was before I became a parent.
Yes.
I had a young student, I'll never forget, love this young man because he was extremely bright. And he was never get that homework done.
Yes.
And my expectation
Yes.
was to get that piece of paper done so he could get a good grade.
Yes.
And he was coming down the steps one day and we were going outside and I'm like, dude, where's your homework? And I guess he got sick and tired of being sick and tired
Yes.
of me asking for that piece of paper. And he said, in front of everyone, and a learning experience for me, I slept in the park last night, okay? Talk about humanizing
Yes.
and demoralizing,
Yes.
but a lesson I've never forgotten. That homework meant nothing to me
Nothing.
because of what his mom made him do
Yes.
while she was doing what she was doing. She made him sleep in the park. I've never forgotten that. So when I think about my youngsters that I taught from that moment on, we figured out a way to get the homework done.
Yes.
I figured out a way for the students to make sure
That's
that
right.
they could have clean clothes or whatever
Yes.
without demoralizing them
And defeating them.
and defeating
Yes.
them in front of their peers.
Yes.
So I get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what is a homework assignment anyway? I mean, why are we giving, students zeros because they didn't complete a homework on time? I think there's other things that we can do to teach than just giving out zeros. That's just so defeating. And a lot of kids, after the first couple of weeks of school, see all these zeros and they are defeated already.
Right.
And then the rest of the semester, they're going to give up on you because there's no way for them to pass.
Right.
Right? So we have to find a way to really reimagine education and to rethink how we assess our young students.
Absolutely. So the classes that you teach in
Yes.
Oberlin, are they, students select those classes or are they required courses?
Students select, so they are electives.
Okay.
And I teach 3 electives, African American history, race, gender and oppression, and black music in the African diaspora. And so these 3 courses that I created really hone in on making sure that I humanize my students and making sure that I have a cultural relevant curriculum to provide. And so in race, gender, and oppression class, we have 6 major topics ranging from the women's rights movement to the gay rights movement, right? Including immigrationism, including economic oppression. So every single one of my students who walk in that particular class could experience one of those units. And that's the reason why I created that class, because I wanted to make sure that I do not leave any of my students out of the learning environment or not allowing my students not to have a voice. So I want my students to have a voice in the class as well.
So are these courses open to all the students or just African American
All
students?
students, every single student. And the past couple of years, there has been more white students in African American history class than black students.
What do you credit that to?
I credit to that students are wanting to learn, that students are willing to take on tough conversations, and that students feel comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that's one thing that we as adults are not. We're not comfortable with being uncomfortable. Our students could, it's amazing to me how students are more able to have honest, deep conversation than adults.
Yeah, we saw that with the last panel.
It's amazing to me, yes.
Yeah. That last panel,
Yeah.
actually, I wrote down something because the moderator, they kind of brought me to tears a little
Yes.
bit because of some of the things that we're doing
Yes.
as we are creating what we think are adults. And we're creating individuals to go to prison.
Yes.
It's frightening. It's frightening.
It
It's
is.
absolutely frightening. I'm sorry. I digress. But as you have these uncomfortable conversations, you know that there's legislation out there
Of
that's
course.
trying to stop you from having these conversations.
Of course. Of
So
course.
what are you going to do?
Continue to teach.
Ooh.
What's more, what's more problematic is it that there's a consequence to Kurt Russell, right? It could be something such as being fired. And those are certain things that you have to accept. But for me, what's more important is for young people to have a quality, decent education. And I can't take that away from students. So if the state of Ohio one day say, you know what, you can't teach race in school, I will continue to teach race in school. They say you can't teach women's studies in school or the gay rights movement in school. I will continue to do so. You know, I make sure it's on record. Everywhere I go, I say the same thing over and over again, is that it means that much to me for young people to receive an education than Kurt Russell being in front of the classroom, right? It's that important because it's criminal if we don't give kids a quality education. I mean, all of us should be in jail if that happens, and if we don't speak up and we are silent about it.
So where'd you go to school? Where'd you go get your degree?
Worcester, the College of Worcester.
You didn't get that kind of passion from Worcester.
I did not. Well, I should say.
I'm sorry. Nothing against Worcester.
Yeah. I did. And I would say the reason why. Worcester only had maybe 5-6% black students. Very small group of students. But the one thing that I learned from Worcester is how to be courageous and bold. Because when you are in spaces that does not necessarily look like you, if you are in spaces that sometimes might not think like you have two options. You could fold and become silent, or you could speak up and become bold. And I took the latter route. And so I think that boldness continued with me when I first applied to teach at Oberlin and what I'm doing right now in the classroom. Yeah.
I heard one of the students earlier. I'm going to keep referring to them because they amazed me.
They was amazing.
One of them said, or someone said to them, continue to be unapologetically you.
Yes.
So you did that.
Yes. And be authentic as well.
And be authentic.
You have to be authentic as a teacher. You cannot be any other way because kids will see through that. They see through if you are trying to be like someone else or you're not being your true self. And so I know that I enter a space as a black male teacher. And so I cannot hide that. I dare not to hide that. And I I know that because of my presence alone, it liberates students. Like Mr. Thomas liberated me. That black male in front of the classroom, I felt liberated. And I know that Kurt Russell in front of the classroom, there's students that look like me, and they feel liberated as well.
Interesting. You refer to these individuals, are they still in the Oberlin system?
No, they retired.
Okay.
Yes, they
Okay.
retired. So Mr. Thomas lives in Virginia, and Miss Toss retired years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, all right.
Yes.
I know Mr. Thomas went on to be an administrator of the
Yes.
district. Yeah.
Sure
yeah,
did.
Yeah, awesome, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because my brother-in-law was in administration. He's a retired military man, was a history buff, left his administrative position to go into education. Was literally 8 years into administration in Virginia.
Wow.
And just recently quit because they are mandating, they are going to mandate that there are certain things that they cannot teach.
Yeah.
And he said, if they require me to not teach history, to not tell the truth,
Yes.
I will quit.
Yes.
Well, and then that administrative position, I think, offered him a whole lot of money to come back. And he thought, instead of lying to my students,
Yes.
I'll quit.
And isn't that something where, education supposedly, pedagogically, is supposed to be about telling the truth? You think of education. 2 plus 2 is 4. And so if a math teacher stands in front of the classroom and say 2 plus 2 is 18, you would say that person is incompetent. Right? You would say that person is incompetent and that person should be removed. But as someone who teaches in the social science, and if you say that sexism never existed, or racism never existed, or that black people learn from slavery.
Well, we did. We learned that we don't want to be slaves.
Yes.
We did. We learned something.
Yeah. But isn't that something where there's certain things that we cannot discuss in courses, and the purpose of education is to learn and to grow, and we're not doing that.
I'm sorry, we will give you an opportunity to ask some questions, and I hope there's a timekeeper that will keep me from oh, wow. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you, thank you. So for those of you that just joined us, we've been talking about 3 key pieces. The purpose of education, what works, and the conditions for learning. So let's go back to what you feel the purpose of education. What is it?
Yes. Transferable skills. So the purpose of education is for transferable skills, where young people will learn skills that will either take them to a career, college, trade school, military, skills that are transferable to produce, to create, if I could use that word, the best learner, right? That's the purpose. The purpose is not for a student in my class to love history or to actually know about the Federalists or the Anti-Federalists when they are 23 and 24 years of age, right? But what the purpose of taking a history class is for someone to think critically, someone to analyze, someone to be able to debate and speak and have some skills to speak well. No, those are like the purpose of education.
Is that why you went into history, by the way?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You wanted them to be able to have that debate.
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
Every single day. Every single
Okay.
day. Every single day we discuss, we stand up, we cross the line. We do all of that.
Okay.
And we really raise some very, very tough questions in class. The whole idea of being comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Interesting.
Yes.
Do you often have administrators or individuals from outside your classroom come in?
Yes.
Just to observe?
Yep, they come to observe because my class is loud.
Okay.
Because students are talking. Students are, their voices are loud because they're trying to debate something and they want to be heard. So yes, so every time an administrator come down, they peep their head in, or a teacher who might have an off period might come through and peep his or her head in as well. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So tell us 4 or 5 things. What works? What works for you? Besides the questioning.
Yes.
I like that.
So besides the questioning, what works? Being empathetic, being humbled. Teachers have to have a sense of humility. You can't enter spaces thinking you know everything, because you don't. You can't enter spaces telling students what they should do. You enter spaces trying to provide sound advice. Totally different, right? You need to turn in this assignment. Doesn't work. My advice to you, and I can help you with this, turning in this assignment will help you in this way, but you have an option, right? I always give my students options. You can do it, and I will be so excited for you to turn in that assignment.
Okay.
Or there's an option where you don't turn in an assignment. Like, all of us have options. That's just being an adult. That's learning. But there's consequences with all. So going back to your question, being empathetic, being humble, having passion. Got to have passion in education. Being energetic. And then finally, making sure that you possess some type of modeling of what success looks like. And modeling is several layers to it. Modeling could be as simple as coming to class on time as a teacher, coming to work on time, not wearing holy jeans in front of students. I know I always get kickback with this, but another disrespect is when we come in any old way to the classroom. Our students deserve teachers, or deserve to look at someone who present themselves as a professional. If we go to a court and if a lawyer have sweatpants and a t-shirt on, you will raise a big fuss about that. But how dare we come in front of students any old way? And so you got to have some type of
doctor's office.
or go to a doctor's office, and you'll never go to a doctor's office with a wrinkled-up T-shirt on. And so we have to model success for our students, and I think that's key. Yeah, so those are my 5 really takeaways. It has nothing to do with pedagogy, nothing dealing with content material. It all have to do with how you present yourself in front of students and the passion that you have for education.
Both panels of young people said passion.
Yes.
That last panel said that same thing. And I think that one of the advisors is here. They talked about that he has passion for them. Matter of fact, the young lady interrupted her classmate and said, no, he has such passion for us. He comes and works with us after school. After his day is over, he will do this. It's not that he teaches them, math or science. It's his passion for the work. He cares enough about me. It's amazing.
Yeah, and not only passion in regards to teaching, but passion about your subject as well.
Yeah.
Right? You got to have passion about math. You got to have passion about English, science, in order to teach it well.
Interesting. It's funny, it makes you go back. I'm retired. I don't do, okay, my time? Okay. I had a 4th grade student who was always challenging me about my subject. Now, no offense, he was smart, but I was the teacher.
Yes.
And so daily he would come in, and I could tell when he was ready to challenge me. I thought, bless his heart. And so he would come in and he would have a certain look, and I thought, okay, here we go. And we would begin the day, and I would do whatever, and then he would just readily raise his hand, and there would go that question. And I would love it when I would allow him to think. I don't know that answer. I thought, bless his heart. And he would go on and explain to me, and I thought, oh, thank you. But the best part is when they trust you enough
Yes.
to follow you because they believe in you.
Yes.
And it's pretty interesting.
It is, and I'm glad you used that word trust, because that's so important, because you can't have education without having trust.
Right, right.
Right? I mean, the trust comes before the
Absolutely.
learning. And so I'm
Absolutely.
glad that you mentioned that
Oh,
word trust.
I was on the third floor of a building, and we did a lot of cooperative learning, for those of you who remember those days. And I said, hey, today we're going to come in, we're going to figure out how do we get off this third floor building without anybody getting hurt. We're going to figure it out. And they went in their cooperative learning groups, and I thought, oh, shoot. Wait, I'm only kidding. Because if you guys go home and tell your parents, I said, we're going to jump out this window, and I know they would do it. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I was just waiting on that phone call from a parent that said I was going to have them jump out of a window. We want to have time, I guess, yes. For anyone who has a question, or for Mr. Russell, first of all, I have to tell you, I've been waiting for this conversation, and I am so proud to say I know you, and my sister who gave me your phone number. Now I can go tell her that we've had our conversation. So
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
First of all, can you give him a round of applause?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
This brother is so dedicated. He has homecoming tonight.
Yes, yes.
And he's like, I'm going to eat, but I have to go not long after we're finished. So please, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned passion, and it's something that's been coming up. In the lens of working professionals and working with other teachers and other educators, a lot of times our passion is turned into a negativism.
Yes.
So much as, and so that when you are advocating for students, oh, she's just passionate. You know, you don't pay attention to her. What advice do you have for educators in navigating that realm and and remaining authentic in your passion?
Yes, and that's where the perspective of humanizing students come to play, where all of us have different personalities, all of us are different, and so passion is a part of that person's humanization. And I always try to tell, my colleagues, because you are absolutely correct, where a colleague might say, oh, this student has so much energy, don't really pay too much attention. It just, but we really need to listen. I think a young person said, listen actively, right? Because when people and young students are talking, they are saying something. And I think one of the taboo or the misconception is that when students talk and sometimes they ramble, they get loud, that they're not saying anything. Yes, they are. And what we have to do as adults is that we just have to listen. So my advice is not to downplay that passion, but to embrace that passion, because it could be the opposite. It could be a student who's sleeping in your class. It could be a student who's not even engaged in your class. So that young person who is raising his or her hand every single day or talking loud or want to answer all that question because they have passion, appreciate it, embrace it. Because once again, it could be the opposite, where you are begging someone to talk in class.
Okay, my question to you, my question to you is, first let me give you a little background about my story about my son. My son is a creative. And when he goes to school, he goes to STEM. He's not able to express that creativeness like he built a radio, built a radio. And yesterday I ended up having to take him to get evaluated for mental health because he lashes out because he feels unheard.
Yes.
I want him to be able to communicate his feelings more. So how would you help the students to be able to communicate more? I don't know if that question was answered because I came in a little late, but the communication skills, how do we teach our kids how to communicate?
Yeah, well, thank you for that, and thank you for being transparent. What is important for educators and what they must do, and you mentioned that your son is very creative, and teachers have to tap in knowing students. And so if I'm giving a project
per se, and it's a PowerPoint presentation. I know that some students will not do well because that is not their skill set or their creativity. And so you have to present options for students to do well. And if your son is lashing out, he has the right to do so because he's so angry, because he's not engaged and he doesn't feel a sense of belonging. And so what we have to do as educators and practitioners is to make sure that we know our students, number one, we know what our students are capable of doing, and that we have to honor them in that way. And I will go to your teacher or your son's teacher and say that my son learns this way, and my son expresses himself in this manner. Can you provide that option for him? Yes.
Kurt, we're up here, up. There we go. We got a question here.
Yes, this question is connected to your statement where you said to be an effective educator, you have to humanize students.
Yes.
How do you allow students to learn and grow? And how do you teach in this and allow the students to keep their dignity?
Wow, great question. How do I allow my students to learn and to grow? I think it all go back to my idea of curriculum, where I believe that a curriculum should be cultural relevant and impactful. And in my 27 years of teaching, I find this to be true. Students are engaged if they see themselves. Students are engaged when they see themselves. And so when students see themselves in the lesson, when they see images of themselves in the lesson, and positive images I'm referring to, then students are more apt to grow and to learn. It happened for me, right? 1978, I keep mentioning this. I fell in love with learning because I saw myself in a book. Not me personally, of course, but I saw an image of myself in the book. And so how do I allow my students to learn and to grow? Well, I continue to make sure that they see themselves in the curriculum, and that's what keeps them engaged.
Okay, I'm over here now on your left. And before I pass the mic, a question, how do you dress every day to class?
This.
Are you suited and booted?
Yeah, I'm suited and booted.
Okay, that's a
Yes.
question that we wanted to know if
Yes.
that stuck with you or not.
Yes.
But
in this era where we're having book bannings.
Yes.
And it's a political movement. We understand it's a political movement. The parents are now protesting reading of certain books. What can the people of our communities do to offset the book banning movement?
When I was traveling as National Teacher of the Year, there have been some communities that have a banned book like library or a banned book reading day, where people in the community will get banned books and they will go to the library and they will read together. Right? So I think that's what we can do as a community of learners. All of us belong to this ecosystem of learners. And so we need to get banned books. We need to read banned books. We need to share these books with our young people. Yeah, so I think that's what we have to do.
Thank you. Pastor Jack Streeter, Prince of Peace. I'm glad to have this opportunity to share and to ask questions. Someone mentioned about the one student didn't feel like he was listened to. A great preacher of the 19th century said, his name was Paul Tillich, and he said, the first duty of love is to listen.
Mm-hmm.
And so many of our babies don't feel listened to. So my question is simply this. As a middle school math and science teacher, grad school instructor, and mental health therapist, I have found that I learn so much from my clients and my students. How do we show educators? How do we show educators that as part of their job to educate is to also learn from those they're educating, because that way their teaching will become more relevant, be received better? How can we show them that that's part of the job description to learn?
And thank you for mentioning that, because isn't that what classrooms should look like, right? It's a community of learners where teachers learn from students and students are learning from teachers as well. So how do we show that? I think we show it by a couple things. Number one, like someone like you, where we need to express that to our teachers. And then number two, which I think might be controversial, but it's okay. Students' voices have to be shared and heard in the classroom. And that means if students are saying something, if a teacher is dismissing it, we have to equip our young people to be respectful, but to stand up and say, no, I'm talking. This is my lived experience. This is what I'm sharing, right? And so we have to equip our young people to be respectful, but to be bold and courageous in the classroom as well, and not to be silent seekers, right, or silent participants. This is their education. I always tell my students, you have to take ownership of your own learning. And so you have to raise your hand and say, Mr. Russell, I disagree with you. Respectfully, I disagree, because that's not my experience. My experience is this. And I have to teach my kids to do so. Thank you.
So, good grief. Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Did you want to? You. All right, so we're at the point of doing, again, another 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3 things that resonated with you. And this may be your last reflective sheet. If it is, we'll have some more for you for the next panel. But if you write Kirk Russell on the top of this paper, please. Kirk Russell on the top of this paper. But 3 things that resonated with you. 2 questions you still want answered, or 2 questions you want answered. 1 thing that inspired you, 1 thing that you're committed to do. 3, 2, 1. 3 things that resonated with you. 2 things, or 2 questions you still want answered. 1 thing that inspired you, or 1 thing that you commit to do. As we get ready for our next panel, And if you're on your last reflective sheet, we'll get around and share. If we can get Tom, if you can, Tom, Daniel, right there. We'll take a quick break. 2:15. Oh yeah. Okay, that works. So do the reflection. Take a break. 2:15. We'll be ready to go. 2 questions you want answered. 1 thing that you commit to do, or 1 thing that inspired you. All right, we're going to just go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and get started. Just in case, if you've not already, let us know if you're in the room, who's in the room. Please do so. If you've not already done so, please let us know who's in the room. Again, not looking for your name, but if you can just, if you're a student, a educator, principal, however you identify your role in the community, let us know, please. It'd be greatly appreciated. All right. So, our next panel discussion is the conditions for learning. And we are going to be facilitated by Dr. Roy with Akron Promise.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goggins. I'm so glad for all of you who are here and who managed to make it out today, especially for our students, most of whom don't actually have class today. So this is a huge thing for them to come out and spend time with us. So first I'll give you a little bit of background about me, and then I'll pass the mic over so everybody can introduce themselves. My name is Dr. Nena Roy. My real name is Jeanne-Hélène, but nobody calls me that, even in France. And I'm not originally from this area. I grew up, in between New Orleans and France. So where life was very different in both places. Came here in the mid-90s. I was hired onto the faculty at the University of Akron, teaching French literature and cinema. So I'm coming to education from a somewhat different realm, higher ed. But after leaving the university after 25 years, I had the wonderful fortune to hook up with Tom Ginder, who's sitting in our audience, the founder of Akron Promise. And and I'm now his executive director, so I've been in this position for 2.5 years now. And we are part of the I like to call it a loosely disorganized, as opposed to organized, coalition of promise organizations all around the country. There are now over 400 of them. And of course, it's lost on nobody that today we are in the House 330, so home of many of the wraparound services for LeBron James, or LeBron James Foundation's I Promise School. We all have the same goals and working towards ensuring that each student in our local school district be granted equal opportunity in everything in life. So with that, I will go ahead and pass the mic to our students.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Brandon Carter. I go to Firestone High School. I'm a senior. I was selected to come here in the Always Climbing Project program that I'm in. I feel like it's a very important reason that I'm here. I feel like the people I'm here with and I'm speaking with today is going to make a big change in everything, the area around me, the program that is going on in this room. So a little bit about me. I'm 17. I turned 18 in December, so then I'll be able to vote after that. Yeah, that's going to be important, especially with the issues we have now. I feel like a lot of things that go on around Akron to Ohio, it's a lot of changing, especially with the people that want to make a change and the people that really don't care. So I feel like it's a big step for me personally to come here and be here right now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zaya West. I am also a student at Firestone High School. I am as well in the Always Climbing Project, but I'm a part of the Future Climbers program. About me, I am 16, so I can't vote yet. I got two years. I have as well recently hosted an event for children with special needs called Limitless Dreams. About me, I'm very passionate about disabilities. I have 3 siblings with disabilities, and I love them all dearly. Another thing about me is I'm just here to just give my opinion. I like to talk a lot, so if I talk too much, just let me be. But thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Victoria McGee. I'm the Senior Director for the LeBron James Family Foundation, and I'm so responsible for the wraparound support services at I Promise School, as well as cultivating our partnerships.
Hello, I'm Danielle Curry Bentley. I am the Director of Outreach and Parent Education at the Early Childhood Resource Center, or more commonly known as the ECRC. We have an office in Akron, Canton, and Boardman, and our main office is in Canton. Predominantly, the most part of my professional career has been spent in early childhood. My background is early childhood and social work, so I love to blend the two. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenny Smith, and I am a person that wears many hats: coach, teacher, community leader, advocate. Professionally, I was a behavior intervention specialist, taught at my alma mater, Buchtel High School. It was Buchtel CLC, but Buchtel High School for 12 years in the self-contained ED classroom. And I did a couple years of restorative practices, bullying prevention, many different things. I'm also the executive director of Ladies First Akron, which is a nonprofit organization that helps young women ages 8 and up learn life skills through education and athletics. And I am also a published author of 2 children's books and a very, very, very passionate girl dad.
Thank you, everybody. You all bring to the table such wonderful skill sets and experiences here in our community. I wanted to start off just by sort of taking the title of our panel, thank you, and unpacking the terms a little bit. I always like to, when I was teaching, start with the rudiments definition of terms. So first of all, conditions for learning. What do we mean when we say conditions for learning? Are we talking about specifically the buildings, the very edifices in which school takes place? Are we talking about the larger building or the 4 walls surrounding a classroom or various classrooms? Are we talking about our playgrounds, our facilities, et cetera, et cetera? And this may seem like a kind of a silly consideration, but of course, there's been over the past years a lot of work on the physical grounds of the Akron schools, transforming them into CLCs. And when thinking about this question, I also had to think about my own experience as an educator. So prior to teaching at the University of Akron, a public institution, which by and large has a very nice campus, wasn't always the case, but it has been beautified throughout the years. I had the opportunity to teach both in Italy and in France, and in public institutions as well. And specifically in France, I taught there a lot longer. Beautiful old buildings that were many, many hundreds of years old, crumbling walls, nothing, a junky little machine to get a coffee from, no toilet paper in the bathrooms. Everyone knew they had to bring their own roll. So those were some of the conditions of learning, and yet I would say the learning occurred at a quite high level in a very sort of traditional way. And I've had some experiences, both positive and negative, teaching in the university system. So just out of curiosity, I'd like to know what everybody's experiences are, both you guys as students in the physical conditions. Another thing in France are playgrounds. If we had them in the schools where, well, I was teaching university, but in the kids' schools, it's just a square concrete space. You know, you can barely move. So how are those things? Do you think they could be better? Are you satisfied with those conditions? How do you think they affect your learning? And of course, we're going to talk about the term learning afterwards. But
Okay, yeah. So I feel like the condition that you learn in affects heavily on how you learn and what you learn. If there is something that somebody works towards that is like and kind of like an incentive, but also like a reward, I feel like that would also help the student that is learning something be engaged. So a condition, like you said, the playground, that, so when I was in kindergarten and like my whole elementary, a lot of us looked towards recess, going out, being able to go out and have fun, playing on the playground, doing all of these different activities and having fun with each other. It was a big thing because it was a let out. It was a break from all of this work, being in a classroom, just sitting there and just learning head on. It was like, okay, so now we get time to just be ourselves and have fun outside of the classroom. The class, how a class is appearing to a student, it plays a big role because you see all of these posters. These posters could be inspiring to what they have in their life at home. If you have something that is just, okay, it's just a blank wall here, here, and there's just something right here, the kid will be like, okay, this is a classroom that doesn't really have much character. But if the teacher has different things on each wall that shows I care, that shows that the teacher cares about what is going on in their class and that they care about the student, then the teacher will respond, then the student will respond back in a positive way. So I feel like the condition of how a classroom is plays a big part.
I agree with him. I feel like the being in school, being a part of like different groups I'm a part of, and just talking to other students, not even only from Firestone. I think that's been our biggest issue is just like coming to school and creating the environment at school. Like if you come in and your school looks like boring, or your classroom looks like there's no posters or anything on the wall, or just any character, it could just be even a simple plant or some lights. I feel like that plays a huge part in learning, because if you come in and like you can tell like the room, like you reading the room, I feel like is a big part. Like if you come into a room and you could feel like, okay, it feels very awkward or like in a sense dead, I feel like that's gonna play into like how the kid is, especially like my biggest thing are morning classes. Morning classes are always hard. So I feel like especially the people who teach kids like first period, or we have blocks, first block, they have to come in with like a certain type of energy and put the room at a certain standard. Like, hey, I get it's the morning, but we're gonna do something energetic, or buy some LED lights. Every kid loves LED lights. I have LED lights in my room. Like every kid loves them. I feel like that is gonna put the tone of the room so much higher and make kids engage more, especially coming in at like 7:30 in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning and having to come and just sit here. Blocks for us are an hour and a half long. That's itself is tiring, and then again, you don't know what people go through and you don't know why people are tired or what's the why of the story. So I feel like having good conditions or setting a good environment in school and in the classroom and just life is always a good thing.
I wanted to interject because you brought up the block classes, which is relatively new in APS. And occasionally in my function as working with Akron Promise, I go in and sub in the schools just to kind of have firsthand conversations with students and to be part of that process. And everyone's complaining about the block classes. And I'm just curious how you find that. It's definitely a condition of learning.
For me, my freshman year, I'm a junior. My freshman year was definitely getting used to, because you're just sitting there for like an hour and a half, and like usually some teachers their lessons are probably only 45 minutes worth. So then they'll have an extra 45 minutes of just dragging on the lesson that by, I think, like not. So my class is like sometimes it goes like 8:05 to 9:40. So by like 8:30, I'm like kind of done. So, but I think a big help for me is I'm also a part of the College Credit Plus program. So going from college to school, you really see like a big difference. Like my classes are, I think, in 50 minutes for college. So coming in and then just having to sit in a class, it's just like, but it's like draining. But I had some really good teachers that make it like fun, or we do different activities. So you're not just sitting there for 90 minutes hearing a teacher talk. Like those classes I have are the ones I really didn't perform well in, because it was just you're sitting there and then it's like the teacher's telling you what to do, but you're not excited about it. You're not happy about it. You're just like looking at the clock, because we don't have our phones anymore, looking at the clock like, okay, like class is almost over. So I feel like blocks, freshman year was hard, sophomore year was fine. This year I'm okay with it.
I wholeheartedly agree with the two that have already spoken. I think the physical conditions is a must. If you don't have a good physical conditions, students aren't going to want to come there. And I also think it's so much bigger than the physical condition, like the lighting that the young lady also mentioned. I think colors. I think we have to be creative and innovative to really capture our youth of today. And we really have to create an atmosphere that they want to come there, because students need to know that they're loved, that they're cared for, they're at a safe place, and that the conditions are safe all the way around them. So I think culture and physical definitely are two key ingredients for a successful school.
So one thing that the young man, I can't remember your name. Brandon, thank you so much, Brandon. One thing Brandon said that I thought was very key was care, being able to care for the students, the teacher being able to care for the students being able to care for the teacher. That reciprocal relationship, it has to happen, or else, the physical condition, nothing else matters. So I think first and foremost is the passion that the teacher comes in the day with, and the students. And then of course, under these lights, I can't remember the theorist's name, but load, power, and margin is so important too. How much load does the child have? And it's specifically for adults, but even in thinking about our children today who are faced with so many adult things, the load that they're coming into that classroom with, what power do they have? And then where's the margin? That margin is all you have to teach and that child to learn. So that is, I think, so important. So, whether it's a crumbling classroom or a state-of-the-art classroom, if there's no care, then there's nothing that is able to happen. And then considering the low power margin.
Definitely agree with all of you in the different forms, because it looks many different ways. I'll speak to a couple. So my first year teaching at Bookta was the last year of the old building, when literally my classroom ceiling a few days before Thanksgiving break fell in during class, right? So the conditions of that building physically were absolutely terrible, and we were, going into the new building, and we were able to have that. But then I think about like psychologically, right, as a teacher. So for me personally, like I considered myself like the king of boosting kids' swag. And like the way to do that is to make sure that they're included. So if you can include kids in everything, then the conditions will be created together. So it's inclusive, right? So what I would do is, like, I'm not a decorator at all. So if it was my classroom and y'all saw it, y'all be like, man, his classroom is so terrible. But what I would do is I would allow my students to decorate my classroom. So I would get the people who were very passionate about it and charge them with decorating it. And now it wasn't my classroom, so no ego, right? It was our classroom. And that changed everything, because, they had a hand in what was, they had a hand in contributing to the environment that they learned in. So I think all of the pieces are important to just remember that kids and adults want to be included. So why not include everyone?
Thank you, all of you, and especially Kenny. That's exactly feeds into what the next question. So taking the question from its most literal form to a more general, slightly metaphorical, there's also conditions insofar as we consider the learning environment. So what are the philosophical and pedagogical and psychological forces sort of being deployed in the classroom, not to mention, and this definitely will converge with some of the comments made earlier, but like the political forces governing the entire educational process. How are all of these parts of the learning environment and landscape affecting students, learners in their daily lives? Yeah? Oh, pedagogical. So pedagogical means the philosophy of teaching. So be it sort of a top-down model where different commentators have talked about maybe more traditional teachers who come in and they know everything and they just teach to the empty receptacle that is the student, versus a more learner-centric model. And there are all kinds of different models in between: collaboration, inclusivity, considering every student as a genius and part of the learning process.
So I'll add to your comment, like just to give you perspective, right? So when I was a student, the teacher would be in the front of the classroom. It was lecture. We got 95% of everything lecture style. So you sat there and you got, the information. But now, like, the world has changed. The world keeps changing very, very quickly. And so with the world making this change so fast, right, we have to find ways to include the students so they're not just sitting in rows, listening to you the entire time. That's boring. Like, how do you get them involved? How do you get their opinion, right? So these are the different psychological and pedagogical things that need to take place inside of a classroom to make sure that you have engagement. Because if not, now the teacher only looks like the expert. The students are experts of their own experience, but again, they don't feel included. So I just think that it's very important that we make sure that we pay attention to the shift of the world. And as we see the world and things changing, we have to be open and able to adjust, right? Non-traditional seating, right? Are people always sitting in rows? Like, how are kids getting up? How are they moving? Like, are they having conversations with one another? So I think that there's not a one size fits all, because now they want to be included in what Kurt said, right? Their representation and all of that. But it's just important that we're able to adapt. So I just wanted to share that with you, because it's going to look different in 5 years than it does right now.
When I think of the old-fashioned sort of top-down model of teaching, I always think of the Charlie Brown teachers, wah, 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 that kind of thing. So yeah, I'd love to hear what the students, you guys, think about that.
I do feel like the conditions of learning is a big part, because you can talk to kids, but are they really listening to you? Like, it's sad to say, even like now, we still have teachers that for 90 minutes will sit there and just tell you the lesson and just talk and talk and talk. And, me, I try my best to, pay attention, but sometimes it's just like, okay, this is not how I learn. Like, I'm very hands-on. I like to get up and, move around, and that's how I learn. I'm also like, I like to draw and artsy kind of things. So I feel like if teachers and administrators are open to finding new ways to teach, that's a good thing, because not every kid learns the same. Some kid can just sit there and listen to you. I'm too jittery to do that. Like, I need to be doing something. So I feel like if teachers and administrators are able to understand that there are different conditions of learning, not just, I'm going to have my kids sit here at this one lonely desk for 90 minutes talking, then I feel like I feel like that's going to make teaching so much better, and they'll see improvements. Like, I can give experience from both sides. When I have good grades because I'm actually learning and retaining the information, and then I don't have as good grades, or I struggle more in other classes where I'm just sitting there listening because I just physically can't do that. And I don't think teachers want to hear that from students. Like, your style of teaching isn't helping me, because some of those teachers are, well, I've been teaching for this many years, and I know what's right because all my kids passed the standardized test, blah, 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 blah. That's just me.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, another point to add is the fact that I feel like teachers should interact, find a way to interact with their students. I had a teacher, and her name is Miss Rogers. She was very interactive with students. She would, like, there were times I came in the classroom, and she was just talking to us about something that happened on the news, because her class was social studies, so she taught AP government. It was the class that I took. So I was like, okay, what is something that something new that I'm going to learn from this class, because she kept me engaged, and I was able to match that energy, and we were matching energy, and that just made me a better learner and a better student in general. So I feel like the way you teach is important, and how you teach a subject is also important.
I agree with everything that has been said this far, and I really believe it starts with building a rapport. So when teachers are effective with building that rapport, I think that goes a long way. And I think you have to be innovative. You have to engage students. You have to do things very creative and just cutting edge versus the standard of lecture approach, because we all know that hasn't been successful for a lot of students, just to be up there and to hear just the lecture approach. But I also think you need to add into the SEL, that social emotional learning. I think that is huge to be a part of a curriculum and to be a part of a classroom, to really cultivate that mind and engage them in a different lighting.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that comes to mind is, multicultural education includes the culture of the student. So I think a big part of what students lose when they go into the K-12 space is the parent influence. In the early childhood space, parents get to come in, drop off kids, come in, pick up kids. And in that time, you get a chance to talk actively with that family. You get to talk to aunties, uncles, grandpas, grandmas, moms, and you get to learn the culture of the student. So it's so much more, it's not as challenging to bring in the culture of the student to the classroom. Even the culture of the student to the school is able to happen much more readily than when in the K-12 space, where all you really have a relationship with is the car, the car that's dropping off outside. And so, you don't get a chance to add in what the culture of that family is. The fact that I can now say, this is Brandon and this is Miss West, those are all parts of their culture. So if I don't, incorporate that into my classroom, why should they listen to me? Why should they listen to anything that I'm saying if I don't have, the wherewithal to take with me a part of them? Because a good teacher worth their salt is learning alongside those students. It's not just those students have to, take what I have and incorporate it into myself, because the teacher doesn't know the world, like Kenny said, the world that those students are going to go out into. So what we have to do is learn alongside our students and walk with them through this learning journey. And that's the multicultural aspect of it.
Yeah, very much. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Can I just add one thing? Also, if you have good conditions in the classroom, it'll make students want to come to school. Like, I just remember I had a different AP government teacher, but my teacher, she made class so much fun. Even as learning, like I learned so much. My binder for her was so big, and I knew everything in the binder. But just coming to school, coming with that good energy, that good, hey, we're here to learn, but we're also here to have fun. It'll make kids want to actually come to school and participate.
Very much so, yes. Thank you. And that definitely attests to the passion that Mr. Russell was bringing up. So I think you guys actually nailed my next question, which was to distinguish, when first of all, unpack our second term, which is learning, conditions for learning, and what exactly is learning. Throughout, we've been sort of making distinctions between teacher and educator. Well, students, learners, what is learning? What is learning? And is it just absorbing academic models and, being ready to take tests, and which very much is underscored in our society, as we know? Obviously, since before the pandemic, but especially since the pandemic, there's been such a devastation amongst us all in terms of mental health. So social emotional learning, what is the role of that piece in the classroom? I mean, and if we look back 100 years ago, that certainly wasn't a component. That had nothing to do with what happened in a classroom. So what are the rigors that today's society demands of students, of learners, of educators, and how can the conditions be the most propitious to address all of that?
I'll go first. For me, I can only speak for myself. I mentioned I have 3 siblings with disabilities. I'm also a student athlete, and I'm a part of like 1,000 after-school activities. I think learning is also, my mom always told me, like, there's 3 ways of wisdom. So I feel like learning is obtaining wisdom. I like to learn from experience, so sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. And then, like, listening. So I feel like and she always forgets the 3rd one. But I feel like, in a day-to-day life, kids, he mentioned it, kids are faced with adult things. Like, even in my life, I've been in a part of certain conversations I don't feel like any kid should be a part of. And do I regret it? No. But I feel like nowadays, kids go through so much, and you can see it more with like violence and everything else. But nobody really asks one question, and it's why. No, I feel like adults don't go into the why of this is going on. I struggle with mental health as well, and I feel like that itself is just its own battle. And then you have to do well in sports and come to certain meetings and obtain your commitments. Nobody will really hear that, and nobody thinks like, is she okay? Because you put a smile on for everybody else. You don't want nobody to know what's going on behind the scenes. And I think the best teachers I've ever had figured out my why and heard my story. And so if I'm coming in a class one day and I have sweatpants on and I have a baggy shirt on and I'm just out of it, or when we used to have our phones, I would just be on my phone a lot. My AP government teacher, she knew like, Zaya's what's going on, and she would pull me aside after class, and I just started crying because it was just a lot going on that day. And I feel like the teachers that can realize, like, what he said it, like, being empathetic, knowing that my kid's not lashing out on me because of me. There must be something that I triggered, because I don't think people can point out the triggers of people because they won't tell you. As well as, like, just learning itself is so peculiar. I will say that it's very different, and people learn in different ways, which makes learning so beautiful. Because, me and Brandon, I've learned different things than he has. We know the same thing, but we did it in different ways. And I feel like, as well as being a part of the Future Climbers program, you see that a lot with a lot of my friends in that group. We all are learning the same things, but I figured out that 2 + 2 is 4 is this way. And they figured out you do it another way, but we all get the same answer. So finding out kids' different ways of learning and looking into the why will help not only teachers, but adults and people finally, like, figure out, like, ways to best help children. And I feel like listening to the man that spoke earlier, I feel like he really felt me, because I don't feel like people can understand what I go through. It's just a thing. But I feel like that itself is going to be like a big thing if you just know those components.
Yeah, I agree very much with that. For a student to learn, they learn as well as the teacher will learn. The teacher has to first learn the student, and then the student has to learn the teacher, I feel like. And when we both come to an understanding, I feel like that's when we can all move on to learn a lot of things is always a big goal. You want the student to pay attention in the class, and you want the teacher to teach you something. You want to learn something. I feel like the job of the teacher is to educate someone. They still have to learn while they're doing it. A big thing for me was with my dad. I really had to learn him because he wouldn't really show me or tell me like how he was feeling with situations. I didn't understand why he would react to certain situations the way he does until I found out that he had a big family situation. And even then, a lot of feelings he wouldn't say. So me going through life experiences and learning different things, I was able to read it. So just as a teacher is supposed to teach somebody, they should also try to, like Zaya's teacher, pull you aside and try to be more than just a teacher, more than just an educator, be also a role model or somebody that is just there to help you. Because we're going through life. We're literally growing up in elementary school, middle school, and then we go on to high school. Then we go through college, and then we go into life, everything like that. So as you grow up in these schools, a big thing should be is that a teacher is also helping you with a situation that you may or may not be able to control. So it's very important that a teacher is able to be here for you as well as teach you.
Well, let me add, Brandon, because you made a great point talking about your dad.
Yeah.
And so I can relate to that, right? Because we're trying to learn through that situation. But what you're basically saying, though, is a couple different things. One, you're talking about being an independent thinker. You know what I'm saying? Like you're young and you trying to figure out for yourself, like, what's up with my dad?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's powerful, right? And that's something that young people, unfortunately, those type of situations aren't always nurtured, right? Because I did a transition program from 5th to 6th graders this past, at the beginning of the school year for all of the APS schools. And I talked to the young people, and all of them, and y'all probably can relate to this, like young people, they are scared to ask questions and raise their hand because they don't want to seem wrong, right? But when you think about that, right, so you're talking about conditions. As a teacher, how can you channel that fear of failure and switch it around? Because at the end of the day, like failure, what is that, right? That's a whole nother deep conversation that we can have. But if you as a teacher can change the approach, the student's approach and thought process toward failure in your classroom, now they're able to have those conversations. Now I can come and, you know what I'm saying? Now Brandon don't feel some type of way coming to talk to me about what's going on because he don't feel like he's failing. He want to continue to learn, right? So I think it's very important that we learners, we produce independent thinkers. Right? You got to be able to think for yourself and think critically. So I just wanted to piggyback for you because, you know, you and your father, me and my father, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure other males out here can relate to how we learned through those situations and what we saw.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to say to the right of me, we are in front of greatness right here, and learning looks different and it's beautiful. And I think that's the really, really powerful thing in it, that we all are different, and although we learn different, it's still beautiful. So what does that look like? And I think this really shows the power of the voices that we're serving. Like, you need to have the young folks at the table, and they need to let us know, how can we empower you? How can we teach you? So I think we need to hear more of the voices, and I think we all need to recognize that we're all perpetual learners. We're lifelong learners. No matter what your education is, no matter what your social economic level is, we're constantly learning. So I just want to say that I am just so excited to be amongst the young folks with the powerful voices that are unapologetically expressing themselves in front of a group of people.
On a day
Thank
they
you.
don't even have school.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So two things. One is I'm going to piggyback off of Ms. West on the trigger, which brings us to mental health in the classroom. And for all of us, I think that we all should be on our own mental health journey. You know, every teacher in a classroom should be in front of a counselor at some point in time, because it's important to deal with our own traumas, and then understanding that students have triggers, you know, as our youngest students have triggers. So that's the first thing. Second thing is conditions for learning includes preschool. It includes actually having teachers who care about their job and paying them livable wages. That is a key piece in the conditions of learning, because those students come out of school and they have a joy of learning. They didn't even realize they walked away learning something. They actually had fun, you know, and I think that lays fertile ground for that ability to be in a kindergarten class, a first grade class, and on into graduating and going into college. So that's the other piece, is that, you know, conditions for learning, even if we have students that are in family child care programs, are in pre-K programs, are in, you know, in-home programs that, you know, like Spark, for instance, where those parent partners are able to go into the home and help that parent learn how to be an effective teacher for their child. The parent is the very first teacher. And if those parents are healthy, then they can teach those children and help those children to be healthy. Our children figuring us out is tough, you know? So them having to figure us out adds another layer onto them. So we need to deal with our own mental health. We need to help our children deal with their own mental health. And then we also need to encourage early childhood education. That's my plug on preschool. Everybody should be in preschool. Universal preschool.
Thank you. So interestingly, having spoken a little bit about Akron Promise and I Promise throughout my remarks, I wanted to get to what are the 5 promises of America's Promise Alliance, because I think they're really pertinent in this discussion. So these are the 5 promises that we lay out as should be universal premises for all children in our community. Caring adults, safe spaces, healthy start, effective education, and opportunities to serve others. So keeping in mind these premises and sort of as the proper, just the building blocks of the proper conditions for learning, what do you see as the greatest obstacles?
That's a heavy question.
Yeah.
I always have to remember one. There's always one I forget. Caring adults, safe spaces, healthy start, effective education, and opportunities to serve others. Volunteerism, et cetera.
I mean, so if you take safe spaces, I'll use that one, right? And there's so many different perspectives and definitions of what that looks like, right? So the challenge becomes, are we trying to teach all students to one specific way that this looks? Or are we looking at multiple ways and multiple cultures and multiple backgrounds so that we're not just pushing a one-size-fits-all narrative on all young people? Because if we come with that narrative that it's just going to work for everyone, then 1, we're not being realistic. 2, we're not having student voice or community voice or any other voice. And then 3, we're really setting our students up for failure. Because young people, if you think about it, if we walked into a kindergarten, first grade class, a really young class right now, you would see a lot of natural energy, and you would see young people that naturally want to do things together and have, right? Like, they don't have the blinders or those perspectives that adults put on young people to start to shape the way that they think, right? So the challenge becomes, how do we get adults to get out of the way, and not completely, but get out of the way and go back to our inner child and connect to that, and then make sure that that's the spirit of that inner child goes across different ways. So that's the challenge, because we want to be in charge or right or however you want to look at it all the time, and that's egotistical. And when you can drop that and be realistic, I think that is a challenge that we're going to continue to face. And those that can master that, now those are the classrooms that the kids want to be in. And so you can see those teachers, because there is no ego with them, right? They really genuinely come from that position of love.
Okay, so I've been thinking about this question because that's a heavy question. Okay, I feel like you said a word, love. You know, love is so broad and so beautiful. If you come to a kid and just show them love, and they've never been in a situation where love has been shown to them, and you know, even with teachers are a little bit more special because we don't know kids' home life, or we don't know, maybe you're the only adult they could talk to. You know, some things I would share to Bryce and the people in AC before I would share them to my parents, just because it's just like, well, Bryce is a little younger than my parents, so you know, it's just a little things that he understands more than them, or faster than them. Caring adults. Kids, for me, kids feel like adults don't care because of what you said. Like, they want to be in charge. Like, the adults want to be right. So when you're telling an adult, like, what you said hurt me, or what you're doing is not helping me, and they show aggression, that's going to make a kid step back more. And I feel like I told my dad this. I said, anger is only a mask for what's broken inside of you. So, like, I get, if I'm getting mad at my friend, or if I'm getting mad easily, it's not because I'm just mad. It's just because, like, I had a bad day, or or like when kids lash out, or when kids fight. You know, there's reasons why. Not even just like I want to be prideful and show that I can beat somebody up. As well as, you know, adults need to listen as much as kids, as much as you want kids to listen to you. Like, adults think they're listening, but if I'm having a conversation with you and you're cutting me off, like that's not listening. Yeah, like sometimes, you know, I don't like talking back to adults, but sometimes like, can I finish my sentence, please? So I feel like that listening piece, listening, love, being there, and knowing that, like, when a kid opens up to you, it means so much to them than I feel like it is to other people, because, like, you know, some kids don't trust easily, you know, so when they finally open up to you about something, you know, they're doing it because they trust you, because you've built such a strong relationship with them. They could tell you about, well, you know, she had mentioned, like, some lady had mentioned that the kid is sleeping on the park. Like, that's the scary one. It's sad and unfortunate, but the fact that a kid can just say that and feel like, or say worse things, you know, it's just this. And going back to safe spaces, the world don't feel safe no more, especially, I'm gonna say it for a young black woman. And I was telling my parents this, I'm a young black golfer. So, you know, golf is a fun sport, but golf is also, so golf is a very fun sport, and being good at it makes it so much better. It's just when you're a black female young golfer, it brings a different, like, aroma. So, and then being worse, you know, there's like, I think there's only one girl, but she's a senior, so she's about to leave. So I literally was telling her, I was like, you're my only safe space out here. Because I can't tell my coach, well, these people were looking at me a certain way because of, and they're going to be like, I understand you, because they can't. A lot of my teammates tell me, I can't understand you, and I'm sorry. And I'm just like, and then she was like, one of the assistant coaches, well, how can I help you? You can't help me. It hurts, and I'm sorry. But being in those safe spaces and having those safe spaces are such a blessing, because going to somebody and just venting to them and just knowing that they hear you or understand you. Another thing is understanding, not even just listening, but understanding, be like, I understand you, I feel you, I can, and then giving like advice about it. I think that's what's really gonna help youth because they don't feel like nobody's gonna understand them. We're stubborn, so we're gonna feel like we're the only ones going through it. You know, and then we're just gonna lash out because nobody's asking why or nobody's seeing my pain. All they see is that I'm mad today or I'm quiet today or something like that.
So it all comes back to that empathy piece that keeps recurring.
Yeah, I very much agree. I feel like a big obstacle is like where you're at. Basically, the space in general. It could be a safe place or an unhealthy space. It's like if you're in a certain space and it's even if it's safe, there's always going to be another area where you lack in. If it's unhealthy and this is your starting point, like you don't have a healthy start, it's like, where am I going to go from here? It's really on the person. And if it's a child growing up in a broken home, like where are they going to go from there? They could grow up to be somebody that's just misunderstood, that's in a bad place, that came from a bad environment, that has now been in a bad place for years. It's been so many cases that there are like a lot of people that have just been in a bad place for years that they only come out of it when they're like in their 40s or 50s, when they actually grow up, when they get a chance to grow up. So for people to be in a unhealthy start, it's kind of left on them to get out of it and get better, because sometimes people don't have other people around them to help them and help them see the truth or help them see where they can potentially be because of what is shied away from them from the bad environment that they start in.
Yeah, I'll also say like kids who grow up in an unhealthy environment have it so much hard because they only know unhealthy. Like they only know that, well, this is my environment. Like this is, I've grown up in this. There's no change. So when they see when they see the same thing every day, it's their new normal. And so when they get exposed to something different, now they're like, well, what's this? Like this is new. So I feel like, you know, starting off bad is always a little bit harder, but I think that's why we need to care more for those people in those situations, because we have to show them that like you can get out of this. This is not your only point in life.
Yes, that's very true, because I have a lot of friends that, like, you'll show them love, but they'll respond to it like, what is that? Like, what is this? Like, it was new to me. I was like, oh, I thought everybody got this or stuff like that. But I found out that that's not how their parent responded. And how their parent responded was like, this is not how I am, so I'm not going to show it to you, which affected the kid. It was like, when it was shown to the kid from somebody else, they're like, nah, I don't want that. That doesn't feel right. It's like it's very, I want to say weird. It's very foreign, yeah. Yeah.
So I think that this is the moment to open up our session for any inquiries from the panel or from the audience. Yes, Pastor.
I'm just curious. I've heard some just phenomenal stuff that educating me today, and I want to know from the students. Do you get an opportunity to express yourself like we've heard today? If so, where and how often?
For me, it feels like recently, it feels like I've always been expressing myself and sharing my story. I would say I'm a part of the student council at my school, so that itself is just, I've been in a lot of leadership roles, being a part of the Future Climbers program. That has already, like, that was the start of where it was. I mentioned I hosted an event for kids with disabilities, you know, that was, I think, September 10th. Being in that environment and being at that like level and fulfilling my purpose, like it was amazing. I would say, to say the least. Like I can't even really pinpoint it because there was so many things going on that day, so many emotions. But I would say I have been in a lot of places where I've been sharing my story and being vulnerable, and this is just another one of them. And I love it. I love when people get to see like the real me.
Yeah, I'm a student council as well. I'm in the Future Climbers program as well. So I really get to express myself this way in a lot of different events and a lot of different situations. Even in the classroom, the teachers will give like us little papers, or they'll do bell works where it's like, how do you feel about this situation? Or, you know, how do you feel about just in general, how are you feeling? So I really express myself often sometimes too. Even I'll do it in different ways. I'll do it in different ways. Like even if it's not just this one topic, I'll try to express myself and express a different situation or different problems within a classroom or anywhere.
One thing to mention, for me, I would say at home, for those who have children, making your kid a part of some of the conversation, making them feel like they have a voice at home, I would say one has helped me because I'm one of the older siblings, so I'm the dead middle of 5. But my sister, she's in college, so she graduated. So, it's just been me and my older brother. And being a part of those conversations and my parents actually hearing my opinion on a situation has not only helped build my relationship with my parents, but, also feeling like, hey, like I'm helping my family out and I'm there for my family. Like, I'm a very family-oriented person. So that as well.
I'm Pastor Jack from Prince of Peace, and I just jotted down a couple of notes because I wanted to make sure that I was hearing what I need to hear. You all talked about how sometimes teachers feel like they come across as if they don't care sometimes, especially when you have a response, and they sometimes get aggressive and things like that with adults and so on. And there's an old saying, tell me if this resonates with you guys, that children don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Like the teacher you mentioned earlier, well, I've been doing it this way for 20 years and 30 years, but if you ain't showing me that you care, then it's not really as beneficial. And one other thing I want to highlight about the way that you teach, the way that we teach, as a science and math teacher in middle school from back in the day, there's a rapper named KRS-One from about 35 years ago, and he coined this phrase, this term, that I heard being used more recently in other circles, as if others have colonized it or adapted it or so on. But his term was edutainment. Now, edutainment, not necessarily having a Hamilton play in every history class, but using emotions, feelings, and getting involved and making it interactive so that the students are not just being lectured to, but it's an interactive, symbiotic kind of relationship in teaching. Is that something that you all, as you look back on your experience in school, is that something that you could look at and say, you know what, if the class was more than just a dull, monotone monologue, and we actually had a chance to get involved, express our feelings, emotions, maybe laugh sometimes, maybe get serious every now and then, but really the teacher allowing himself or herself to be a real three-dimensional human being and not just an AI in a flesh robot suit telling people what the book says.
I was not a good student in K-8, 12. I almost flunked out of ninth grade English, and my mother was an English major, so I got in trouble, believe me. I did not bloom until college, when I was able to be a part of my education, when teachers were able to understand that the way that I thought, I didn't think in that cookie cutter way. I didn't act in that cookie cutter way. Would get in trouble in school all the time. My seat was always by the teacher's desk. My mom always knew when she came for parent teacher conference, we was gonna be leaving with something. So I think that is so important that, something that I hear, because I'm a hands-on mom. I go into the school, I'll follow my kid in school if I need to, but I'll go in and pop in. They never know when I'm coming. But one thing about that is that, and I lost my train of thought. But I'll hear a lot of times teachers saying, and this has been, I have 22, 21, 20, 19, and 13-year-olds. So it's all of them I've experienced the same thing. When you get to college, they're not going to care about you. They're not going to take attendance. I had the exact opposite experience. I had a few teachers that really cared about me in K-12. I had excellent teachers in college. And it wasn't that they were good teachers. They understood we're all learning. They understood I got to hear from you. They understood, all of those other pieces. So I think that hits the nail on the head is, making the students a part of their learning environment is so important. So yes.
I will.
Got me excited.
Also, I commend moms like you. My mother is like that. Do what you're doing, even if it annoys your kid. Do what you're doing. One, I do think when you mentioned, I think it's gotten lost that kids nowadays go with respect is given. Respect is earned, not given. But I feel like teachers automatically think because we're students and because they have higher power over us that we're just automatically gonna respect them. But when you have certain teachers that are like, well, I gotta earn their respect, I gotta earn your trust, I gotta earn your attention because we're in school. As well as I was gonna mention because as I said, I do College Credit Plus, so I'm taking English Comp 1 right now. And we're doing this essay and just having free range to talk about any topic that I want to. I don't have to do a book report. I don't have to, on a book that I don't like. I don't really like reading. So it's a struggle that itself. To be able to talk for as long as I want and nobody's there saying, well, no, you can't do this. And I had that same experience until I started doing those college classes and really just being like, oh, well, I get more freedom. And I think it's a little bit harder because I have to go from two environments where it's freedom and then I have to go back into do it my way or the highway. And I have some teachers that are like I got to take a photography class at Firestone. And, photography is use your imagination. That's why it's my favorite class, because I love taking pictures. I love using my thank you. In different ways, and I love finding a photo and just finding a different image that nobody could have even seen. But then you have to go take a math class where I'm just sitting there learning about something I don't understand or don't know, or even social studies. Well, I take psychology right now. But before, social studies so black and white before. Now they're opening up to new things. But, you would just sit there and just be like, well, I'm thinking about elementary school social studies. I don't remember half the wars that went on in this world. All I know is the Civil War and I think that's it, in the Vietnam War. I think that's about the two I remember. So, just that, I'm trying to think. Just college is so much fun to me. I don't know why. I have my college classes today, and I just was like, I came out of college feeling so refreshed. I come out of high school feeling so drained, oh God, I gotta do this assignment. Why am I more excited about writing a 5-page paper than I am doing a 20-minute math assignment? So that's my opinion.
You're included.
Yeah.
Right. So again, we're going to thank everyone for on the panel. We appreciate your perspectives. Thank you. And we're going to ask again, the Judy's going. Afterwards, get a picture along the wall there. We greatly appreciate it. We are, just real quick, are there any last questions for the panel particularly? Yeah. Yes, sir. Peer pressure.
Ooh,
Will?
I'm gonna answer this. I'm gonna try to answer this the best I can. So, peer pressure for me, there would be a lot of different instances, but most of the time I'll be like, okay, I know what I gotta do. I know that if I can't do it, I cannot do it. I have to hold myself to that standard, and I have to be disciplined. Especially if it's something that's like, nah, you definitely shouldn't do that. I have to I have to pull myself away from it. I'll try the best that I can to just play it off, rub it off until they just stop asking me about it. Cause sometimes it can get to that point where it's like, all right, let me just try my best to just move away from this. Cause it's just a lot of times it's just people want to know a lot of things or want you to say a lot of things and want you to do a lot of things. But if you know that you cannot do it, you have to just find a way to get out of it. Get out of that hole that they're trying to put you in. Take the pressure off of you any type of way. I just try to take the pressure off of me, or sometimes I try to deflect it. Try not to deflect it on other people, because then that's just kind of selfish and kind of wrong. But I really want to just pull myself out of it, push it off of me, just leave it be. And then sometimes I'll just be like, just know, just know.
yeah.
So,
Ms. West,
yeah.
you got anything?
I would say for me, the thing that's helped with peer pressure is going to adults and my parents about it. My parents have always made it very an open household. So, if I'm ever feeling or thinking about certain things, they've always known, like, hey, talk to us about it. And especially going to a public school, you are exposed to a lot of things. And, my friends used to, well, they're not my friends anymore for very good reasons. My old friends used to make fun of me for not doing the things they were doing, but also knowing that I have a calling over my life that I can't mess up. And that's what my parents have always preached to me, like, they always said, we're not preparing you for tomorrow. We're preparing you for the future. So knowing that if I do this, it's going to come with a certain consequence, and are you prepared for it? And hearing, keeping that discipline, I think that's been instilled in me since a baby. And, my parents scared me away from certain things. It was like, you better not do this. So I was like, I can't, because I respect my parents,
Yeah.
So I think that has what's helped me not do certain things that, other kids are doing nowadays.
Can I add though real quick to this?
Real quick.
Can we, as adults that work with young people in here, though, I'm gonna challenge you all to flip it, right? What about the positive peer pressure? And this is a conversation I would have with my students all the time. Like, we got to highlight the positive, right? So now the peer pressure that we're talking about isn't always the negative, because that negative always trying to get your attention. How can you flip it so that positive peer pressure, it makes people want to gravitate toward that, and that makes them want to go to that. So I challenge us all to do that.
Right, for sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a good point to work with. Thank you so much. If you got something else, put it on the parking lot, please. Parking lot. If you got anything else you want to add, put it on the parking lot, please. Yes, that's the parking lot right there. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
If you get a picture, we greatly appreciate it. 321, 321, 321. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, 321, 321. Oh, hold on. Get that in the background. All right, 321, 321. Three things that resonated with you. 3 things that resonated with you, 2 questions you still have, or 2 questions you would like to be answered, one thing that inspired you, or one thing that you commit to. 3, 2, 1. 3 things that resonated with you. 2 questions you want answered or you still might have. One thing that you commit to do. One thing that inspired you. Three things that resonated with you. 2 questions you still might have, or 2 questions you want answers to. One thing that you commit to, one thing you inspired you. Okay, if we can. All right, we're still in the. Huh? We're still. All right. So let's talk about some of our next steps. So we can start talking about our next steps. Amen. So, as we talk about our next steps, what we're going to be doing after today. As has been stated, that we don't want this to be a one-off. This is not the one time that we're going to do this. We want for this to happen again. We want to carry on the conversation in many ways. So, one of the things for sure, if you have your 3-2-1 reflections, if you've not yet turned them in, please, on your way out, turn them in on the front desk. We want to collect those. These are going to be the ways in which we're going to have an opportunity to capture some of the thoughts and ideas of today. Today has been a live stream, so we've got a recording of it. We're going to ask some students to work with us to process, transcribe, gather the data from that, and then on tomorrow, we're going to have five community dialogue circles. 5 community dialogue circles. The role of the educator, this will be at the University of Akron. The purpose of education will be at East Akron Neighborhood Development Center, EANDC. Who is responsible for education? Will be at First Congregational Church. What should education look like in the future? Northwest Family Recreation Centers. And then what is included in an inclusive education? That will be at Antioch Baptist Church. All of these circles start at 3:30, from 3:30 to 5:30 in partnership with Project Ujima. We'll ask, if you go to our webpage, successfulacademics.com/Akron Community, capital A, capital C. You can register for one of the circles there. That would be preferred, of course. If you show up, we're more than happy to have you. But we'll have some dialogue there. We'll capture that information. There's some very specific questions that are being asked around this to help shape our appreciation for this, or our understanding of what these things are. And all of that data, all of those narratives to the community as we are thinking about who are our elected officials, be it on the school board, be it the mayor, be it in the Senate. We got a great advocate already, but how can we help get some more folks to support the work that's being done? As we are thinking about how do we support what it is that we expect, right? So all of these things. And also, hopefully, find ways to be more authentic in our conversations with young people. Not so that we are talking to them or providing opportunities to showcase them, but to actually listen, ask questions of them, learn from them, and what they say to us inform us and change our behavior. It's one thing to listen. It's another thing to listen and learn. It's another thing to listen, learn, and change. Right? And frankly, we just got to get to the point where we listen. So often we don't do that. But just because you listen, can you learn? And if you learn, can you change your behavior? Right? So all of that is good. So these are some of our next steps. We will have something, hopefully, written, the document ready to be released somewhere about mid-October. Fairly aggressive schedule, but we tend to have something out to the public that reflects today, that reflects tomorrow's learning by mid-October. Okay? Any last words, comments, statements for the good of the order, as they say?
Thank you.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Again.
Leave your 3-2-1 document.
3 2 1s. 3 2 1s. 3 2 1s. Make sure you turn those in. 3 2 1s. Make sure you turn those in. I want to say thank you to the planning committee. It was a joint effort by a number of our community partners, Freedom Block, the University of Akron, Kent State University, College of Education, Akron Promise, Guys and Gals, Community Partnerships, the Akron Community Foundation, and thank you, sir. Those organizations. Personally, thank you to Daniel, Tom, Netta, Darlene out there, Dreamer, Jerome, Dr. Chapman, Carla, Ray, Sierra, Stancy, Judy, and Dr. Will.
And Dr.
Thank you for making this thing happen. So appreciative. Susie, who wasn't here, couldn't make it to change. Nella, did I say Nella's name? Nella, and Erica. There's so many folks that Tammy, and all the folks on the committee. And at this point, we'll do those qualifiers. Jennifer. If I didn't say it, let it put my head down my heart, as they say. Greg, for opening up. Thank you. This has really been a community partnership, and we hope to continue to do this. So,